Okay, we are recording.
Okay, great. We'll call this meeting to order of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force at 417. Please call the roll.
Member Hensy?
Oh.
Hello?
Yeah. Present.
Member Hensy present. Member Yankee?
Present.
Member Yankee present. Member Highland?
Present.
Member Highland present. Member Schmidt?
Present.
Member Schmidt present. Member LaHood?
Present.
Member LaHood present. Member Wong?
Present.
Member Wong present. Chair Wolf?
Present.
Chair Wolf present. We have a quorum.
Okay, great. Let's start with our opening statements.
The preamble.
Yes.
Remote access to information and participation. In accordance with Governor Newsom's Executive Order Number N3320, declaring a state of emergency regarding the COVID-19 outbreak, and Mayor London and Breed's proclamation declaring a local emergency issued on February 25, 2020, including the guidance for gatherings issued by the San Francisco Department of Public Health Officer, aggressive directives were issued to reduce the spread of COVID-19. On March 17, 2020, the Board of Supervisors authorized their board and committee meetings to convene remotely via Microsoft Teams and will allow remote public comment via teleconference. Members of the public may participate by phone or may submit their comments by email to cherylleger@sfgov.org. All comments received will be made a part of the official record. Sunshine Task Force agendas and their associated documents are available at https://sfdos.org/sunshine. As the COVID-19 disease progresses, please visit the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force website regularly to be updated on the current situation as it affects the legislative process.
Meeting decorum. Any member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may call for decorum due to disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Persons who engage in threatening and or menacing behavior may be asked to leave. Okay, any adjustments or changes to the agenda? Okay, hearing none, let's call up the first item.
Item number 2, highlights of the Sunshine Ordinance, section 6715 A and B, requesting public testimony.
Okay, I put this on the agenda. I'm gonna make this a regular practice to read this into the agenda, into the meeting. I would advise committee chairs to do the same. There does seem to be some confusion among both members of the public and meeting body members as to which bodies manage public testimony and how under the Sunshine Ordinance. So as follows, it's section 67.15, 6715, titled Public Testimony. Subparagraph A, every agenda for regular meetings shall provide an opportunity for members of the public to directly address a policy body on items of interest to the public that are within the policy body's subject matter jurisdiction, provided that no action shall be taken on any item not appearing on the agenda unless the action is otherwise authorized by section 67.7E of this article. However, in the case of a meeting of the Board of Supervisors, the agenda need not provide an opportunity for members of the public to address the board on any item that has already been considered by a committee composed exclusively of members of the board at a public meeting wherein all interested parties of the public were afforded the opportunity to address the committee on the item before or during the committee's consideration of the item, unless the item has been substantially changed since the committee heard the item as determined by the board. Subparagraph B, every agenda for special meetings at which action is proposed to be taken on an item shall provide an opportunity for each member of the public to directly address the body concerning that item prior to action thereupon. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because there's been some consternation and reports from members of the public about if public testimony is required for passive meeting bodies, like advisory bodies and the like, or other bodies that are not policy bodies as described and defined in the Sunshine Ordinance. I bring that up because also to help us and to help advise the public when they feel that they're aggrieved by not being provided public comment, that care needs to be taken as to what kind of body it is. If there's any further discussion that members want to have, I'll open it up for public comment. This is not an action item.
Quick question to the chair, real quick. Is your suggestion that we read the section that you just read at our committee meetings as well?
You can't. I would suggest that you do from time to time. It's up to you if you want to. You can paraphrase it any way you want, but it's really for the benefit of all the parties that are present, because there are some meeting bodies that don't know that they're policy bodies. And when they finally find that out or figure it out, they're going to have to change their habits a little bit. So I think it's important to, when we're finding that these issues are cropping up, that we make it as publicly known, well known as possible. It also might be something that EOT can provide some outreach for or promotion. Okay, members, any other further discussion on this matter? Otherwise, I'll open it up for public comment. Okay, let's open the lines for public comment.
Okay, hang on.
I'd like to say something.
Okay, Mr. Warfield, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We can be reached at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com. With a long history with the library and the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, I do have some comments about this. I have heard people concerned about the inability to comment on something that has been taken up, for example, by the Board of Supervisors at a committee meeting. And it does seem unfair, because why should 3 people, a very small portion, a minority of the supervisors, have the full ability to forward something or not to the full board, and so on and so forth? And then when the full board takes it up, maybe 8 of them have the opposite opinion of 3 in the committee. So why shouldn't you be able to make public comment? But let me say that my first concern with this item is the complete lack of clarity as to why it's on the agenda, what the purpose of it is, what objection or problem is it supposed to be solving, and in what way is it going to be discussed, with an eye towards what. The little bit of explanation we got, I guess, from Chair Wolf was helpful, but that would be helpful to have on the agenda. I was completely at sea regarding why this is on or what aspect is going to be discussed. Also, why was Section C, D, and E not included? Certainly from our perspective, Section C talks about the famous ability to be heard for, quote, once for up to 3 minutes on each agenda item. And that has been whittled down in various places in the city to 2 minutes and sometimes even less. And I don't think it's been challenged. I think one of the most appalling interpretations has been, and erroneous ones, that this is up to the local body to decide. And that essentially would make up to 3 minutes meaningless. If anybody could decide for any reason they're going to give less, then why have this in the law at all? I believe that this means that the participant, the public, has up to 3 minutes to the degree that they want it. There are a couple of other things that I think are important, such as D, not abridging or prohibiting public criticism. And then the question, what does E mean? So I think there are quite a few issues that have come up here, including most recently, very importantly, that the technology in some cases has prevented people from making public comment at all because of problems or unclarity about how things work.
Mr. Warfield, your time is up.
Issues. Thank you.
Before I call the next person, Cheryl, can you be sure to let folks know that 30 seconds is arriving?
I'll do what I can.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'd like to make a comment. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, speaker.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
That I agree with much of what Mr. Warfield said. And I particularly have a problem with the Board of Supervisors rule that, if you want to make a comment on something that's already been heard at committee, you're not allowed to. This is really problematic because a lot of people aren't even aware that, something gets, a supervisor introduces new legislation at a meeting, it gets sent to committee, and then the committee does whatever at committee, and then they either reject it or they send it to full Board of Supervisors. I think most people don't even know that that's how it works, and so most people don't, I'd say probably most people don't even know that there are these subcommittees and whatnot. And so if they don't know that, you have to go to the neighborhood and public safety meeting to comment on this rule about the police, they're never going to attend this neighborhood and public safety meeting and comment on it, and they're never going to be able to, have their input on it. And then a lot of these committees are at times that are inconvenient for a lot of people who, work day jobs from 9 to 5. The Board of Supervisors meeting often, it starts at 2 p.m., but it runs until, like 10 p.m. or whatever. But these other committee meetings are, generally during the daytime. I understand that there is a process wherein people can write letters and stuff, but that's not quite the same, I think, as, being able to comment in person, or I guess in this case over the phone, or however it is. And then another problem is at a lot of these committee meetings, if nobody calls in to comment immediately, they will just close public comment. They'll announce, they'll ask, is anybody on public comment? Is there any public comment? And if there's no public comment, they'll close public comment immediately without waiting. And especially for a lot of these that are broadcast to SF.gov TV, there's a delay. And
you have 30 seconds.
I know that a lot of people will call in, and by the time they've connected to the phone line, they've already closed public comment because of the SF.gov TV delay. And so I think, requiring these committees to have like a waiting period, at least enough of a waiting period to allow for the SF.gov TV delay, would be very helpful. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of problems with the public comment system. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
It's David Pilpel. So just two quick items on this. This particular section generally mirrors the California Government Code section 54954.3 as to public comment on agenda items. The concept of not allowing public comment at a parent body where a committee has heard the item is kind of an old concept in the Brown Act. So that was not introduced as a new item in the Sunshine Ordinance, but it just duplicates that concept. I suppose that could be changed just like other items in the Sunshine Ordinance, but there would be then a question of whether state law overrides, et cetera. More broadly, I would just inquire of the chair, if you choose to respond, whether your intention was to discuss this particular section at every meeting, or to just use this item as an opportunity to highlight a particular section of the ordinance and call it to people's attention, so as to provide a little insight and education on particulars of the ordinance at each meeting, which would seem like a fine approach. I'll leave it at that. Thanks very much.
Next speaker, please.
Hang on.
Okay, hearing no more speakers, I'll just recap what my intention of bringing this forward, and it's exactly as how public speaker Mr. Philpell had put it. It was purely to bring it to our attention and to the general public's attention that I personally have received, and the task force has received through communications, concerns about public comment at various different meetings. And people are not clear as to whether public comment is allowed or not. They think by common sense that it should be allowed at any public hearing or public meeting, and the purpose of my bringing this forward is to notify folks that that's not the case. It's only for policy bodies. There's no requirement for an advisory committee or a community police advisory board meeting or some other body that is not classified under the ordinance as a policy body, not required to provide public comment. They must provide an opportunity for the public to observe, but not required for public comment. We would like for them to, we encourage it, but that's the case. Any concerns that folks have about how any of these policy bodies operate should conduct an inquiry with those bodies. As far as the Board of Supervisors is concerned, I would take that up with the either your supervisor or the president of the board or the clerk of the board as the way they operate. That, as was also mentioned, all comes down from the Brown Act, which is not what it's in our jurisdiction to review and to take up issues on, but it's not something that we can change. So that's about it. Hearing no more public comment and nothing more from task force members, let's move to the next item.
Item number 3, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force October 7, 2020 meeting.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the minutes so we can talk about it?
I'll move to approve the minutes.
Moved by member Yeh.
Matt.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Member Wong, second.
Thank you. Any changes or adjustments to the minutes? Matt, you're very quiet.
I don't have anything.
Oh, that's great. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, let's go for public comment on the minutes. Any public comments on the minutes?
Yes. Yeah.
Hang on a second. You ready? Public commenter, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
So this is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We can be reached at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com. Unfortunately, we can't be walked up to agree or disagree or chat about something we have said. So I'd like to give contact information. With respect to the minutes, I think I've said this before. This is not a meeting at which I attended, but that makes it particularly, I think, relevant to ask you to try and be a little more specific with respect to what happened at the meeting, and particularly with respect to public comment. So, for example, on item 2, Anonymous provided a correction to item 8 in the September 2, 2020 minute. Well, would it be asking a lot to say what was item 8 in the 2020 minutes and what was the correction? There are other examples of comment being described in a way that actually is a mention of topic, but not really what one might fairly call a summary of the public comment. And a summary of the public comment is what the Sunshine Ordinance says is supposed to be provided for public comment. So it says Anonymous provided comment on the... I'm hearing some noises. What's happening?
Sorry.
It says on item 3, public comment, Anonymous provided comment on the membership of the various committees. Well, that's a topic, but that's not a summary. What was the comment about what aspect of membership of which committees? It's just simply a sort of minimal description that I don't even think goes in accordance with the requirement, which was specifically added by an amendment to the ordinance that said you need to provide a summary of public comment. I just wanted to say with respect to the previous item that the question of what is a policy body and what is a passive meeting body is one of the most confusing things I think that exists in the Sunshine Ordinance, and I think it needs to be really worked on. I used to joke that passive meeting body was not a sexual activity, but it really is hard to understand, and maybe it would be helpful, as you said, EOT, and also
I
providing
apologize, Mr. Warfield. Your time is up.
What are the policy bodies?
My fault for not giving you a 30-second warning.
Next speaker, please. Okay, hearing no more speakers, ready for a vote? Can we take the minutes by acclamation? Are there any objections?
Excuse me, I think you need to do a roll call vote when you're on a teleconference in all cases.
Is that true? Is that right?
Under the governor's order and the mayor's proclamation, I believe that's correct.
Okay, then let's call the roll, but let's review that. And our legal counsel is here also.
Thanks.
Thank you for for pointing that out.
Do you want roll call or do you want to have legal
Roll call.
counsel
Yeah,
provide?
go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All
Yes,
right.
roll call. Go ahead.
Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Schmidt? Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Hinsey?
Aye.
Member Hinsey, aye. Member Highland? Member Highland, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. The motion to pass the minutes. Motion to accept the minutes passes.
Okay, great. Please call the next item.
Item number 4, presentation of the annual Supervisor of Records report.
Okay, is somebody from the Office of the Supervisor of Records here?
Yes, this is John Cote, Communications Director for the City Attorney's Office.
Very good. Thank you for appearing. You can begin your presentation.
Okay,
Great, thanks.
go ahead.
Sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Cheryl.
That's okay. Go ahead,
want
sir.
to say something?
No, go ahead,
Okay.
sir.
Okay. So, good evening, task force members. As I indicated, John Cote from the City Attorney's Office. I hope you're all safe and healthy during these uncertain times. I also just wanted to quickly congratulate Member Hinsey on her nomination to the MTA board. I think she brings a very valuable perspective that is going to really benefit the people of San Francisco. So I am here, of course, to present the 20th annual report of the Supervisor of Records. This report covers the calendar year of 2019. As part of the report, we're required to indicate whether or not there were any court actions regarding determinations by the Supervisor of Records during this period. There were none. There was, however, a court decision that interpreted or applied to the Sunshine Ordinance, and I'll quickly highlight that as it is included in the report. And that was a case titled SF Urban Forest Coalition versus the San Francisco County Transportation Authority. And in this case, you had a nonprofit corporation that filed a lawsuit alleging that the SFCTA improperly withheld records under the Sunshine Ordinance. At the Superior Court level, that petition was denied. The court found that the Transportation Authority is an agency of the state and it is not subject to the Sunshine Ordinance. The petitioner appealed that decision, and in 2019, the Court of Appeal affirmed what the trial court had decided and affirmed that SFCTA is not subject to the Sunshine Ordinance. Now, beyond that, to the body of the report itself, there were 32 petitions that were filed last year in 2019. 25 of those petitions were from the anonymous individual. So by comparison, there were 8 petitions that were filed in 2018, and there were 14 that were filed in 2017. So compared to the year prior, last year, there were 4 times as many petitions filed. Now, for those 32 petitions, 5 of the petitions, no determination was needed because the department either produced additional records or did not withhold responsive records. 1 petition was withdrawn by the petitioner. And then for the rest, the Supervisor of Records determined either that the records were properly redacted or exempt from disclosure, or that a determination had been made in a previous petition on the same issue by the same petitioner, or that the issue was beyond the jurisdiction of the Supervisor of Records, And then in some instances, departments were in the process of correcting their production at the time the Supervisor of Records issued the decision. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about the report.
Thank you. Members?
I do have a question. Mr. Cote, Member Dean Schmidt, just on the section where you talk about the SF Urban Forest Coalition, I don't know if that's something that you worked on specifically, but it looks like that's a published decision. And I'm wondering if that's, when you do this report, you're limiting yourself to published Court of Appeal decisions, or if possibly there would also be unpublished, depublished, or rulings in non, not Court of Appeal, but trial court rulings involving cases involving the Sunshine Ordinance.
So that's a good question. I don't believe that we limit ourselves to simply published opinions. I would have to double check to confirm that, but I don't believe that is the case.
Do you know if that's something that your office monitors in any way, what's going on in the courts with Sunshine cases involving ordinance issues.
Specific to the Sunshine Ordinance? Is that what you're asking? Or
Yeah.
are you just asking like in sort of general?
No, just, it looks like that's the report is about, where Sunshine Ordinance, parts of the ordinance are involved in the case that's discussed in this memo. And so, yeah, just specific to that issue.
So we look at cases in which the city is a party to the action, if the decision interprets or applies to the Sunshine Ordinance.
Thank you.
Sure thing.
Any other discussion, members, before I open it to public comment? Okay, let's get with public comment. First speaker.
Somebody?
Okay, let me
Go ahead.
check the clock.
Besides me?
Hang on. Not yet. Not yet.
There's a lot of fuzz. I'm not understanding.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay, this is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. The Supervisor of Records report is always very interesting. I appreciate that there is this report, which is required by law, and I appreciate that the Supervisor of Records is present. I believe before the existence of Library Users Association, but at any rate, quite some time back, I made a request of the Supervisor of Records because I believed what I read in the Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21, excuse me, where the ordinance describes what can happen if the custodian of records fails to comply, or so on and so forth. Section D, if the custodian refuses, fails to comply, or incompletely complies with a request described in B, the person making the request may petition for the Supervisor of Records for a determination whether the record requested is public. The Supervisor of Records shall inform the petitioner as soon as possible and within 10 days of its determination whether the record requested or any part of the record requested is public. I've come before the task force a number of times over the years about this issue, and that is that in almost none of the cases has the Supervisor of Records supplied a determination in the required time. I looked very briefly over the current record, which is under your consideration now. And while there were some very quick responses, the majority seemed to take much longer than 10 days, sometimes a month. Some of them that I saw, a number of them as long as 10 months, not 10 days. When I made my request of the supervisor at the time, I was very interested in a quick response and was startled when I called about 8 days in to see what the status was. They didn't even realize they'd had a request. It was sitting somewhere in the office where I had left it.
Mr. Warfield, 30 seconds.
Thank you. And when I spoke with somebody about it, they, by my recollection, laughed and said, "We never do it in 10 days." I think that's quite shocking. It's quite misleading for the public and very frustrating, a big waste of time. And I think that the Sunshine Task Force should not accept this report or any other that doesn't at least explain why the 10-day limit has not been met. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
David Pilpel.
Hang on a second. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, David Pilpel. Three things very briefly. First, to the previous speaker's point, this is an issue that the task force has discussed before. I recall when I served on the task force, we asked the city attorney's office to document their procedure, which they did, and included in some communication, I'm not sure where it's buried, but it exists somewhere, what their process was for handling supervisor of records inquiries, including where they could not meet the 10-day deadline and keeping parties informed and such. So there is documentation on how they're supposed to be handling such matters. The second item, although the report itself is included in the packet for the task force, the appendix and attachments are not. And so in the future, I think it's fine to keep the packet small and not have the whole 800 pages with all the attachments and exhibits, but I think it would be good to include where that can be found, either on the SOTF agenda packet contents list cover page or some other place. In this case, it is available on the City Attorney's website at sfcityattorney.org under Sunshine Appeals, the entire 800 pages or so of the report with the attachments and appendix is there. And just finally, no offense to Mr. Cote, who does a fine job. In the past, the task force has heard this item directly from the supervisor of records, was Paula Jessen for a long time, and now I understand it's Brad Russey. So perhaps in the future, the task force might invite Mr. Russey or whoever is currently serving as the supervisor of records to present the report. That's all. Thanks.
Next speaker, please.
Hang on. Is there somebody who wants to make a public comment?
Okay, hearing no more public comment. Public comment is closed. Members, any last thoughts for you? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Mr. Cote. Appreciate your time.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Please call next item.
Item number 5, commemoration in memoriam of Ellen Grossman, Sunshine Curator, Defender, and Guardian.
So I'll ask again, is there someone from San Franciscans for Sunshine present at the meeting?
Yes, I'm Allison Washburn, and I'm here on behalf of San Franciscans for Sunshine.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I'll give you some time in a moment to make a presentation. I just wanted folks to know that Alan Grossman, who is a longtime social justice and open government advocate, has passed away. He started the ball rolling on rewriting amendments to the current Sunshine Ordinance, which has been long worked on and revised and added to for many, many times and still ongoing. And I invited Allison Washburn, who's the coordinator for San Franciscans for Sunshine, to make a short presentation in commemoration. Allison?
Okay, hang on a second.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Bruce. I knew Alan for about 12, 15 years. I was on the task force in Legal and Voters seat 5 for a number of years, also task force. So I had the occasion to hear Mr. Grossman when he appeared to comment on various items on the agenda when he brought matters to the task force. And at that time, I recognized someone who was had a brilliant mind, who was a fierce, that's the term that comes to mind, a fierce advocate for increased government transparency. He was tireless in that regard and taught all of us a lot and was pushing for stronger ordinance. And at some point, probably 10 years ago, decided that we really needed this to be in the charter. The Sunshine Ordinance needed to become a charter amendment. And he and Patrick Barnett Shaw wrote a very powerful memo about this. And we read it and decided that was just too far, too soon to do that, to take that big step. And so it took us another, nearly a decade to come to realize that this would be the way to go. But Mr. Grossman had, a major role in helping to determine what the weaknesses in the ordinance, how to make it stronger, less ambiguous in places, was always pushing us to be bolder, those of us who were involved in this effort to amend the ordinance. And he had an enormous impact on our thinking, on my thinking. I can certainly speak for myself. He was a model of a public advocate, and I know that he had other interests in the city. I know that he was very much involved in increasing the numbers of healthy trees in our city. That was another cause of his. So he was. I feel very privileged to have known him. He had a major impact on my thinking. And it's my honor on behalf of San Francisco for Sunshine to commend the work that he did over many years. And I sorely miss him. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. Really appreciate that. I also should note that what the kind of the predecessor or the impetus for creating San Franciscans for Sunshine was the formation of what was called the Sunshine Posse at the time. And San Franciscans for Sunshine evolved from that. And it was just a gathering of open government and sunshine advocates, met regularly. Many folks who are here on the meeting today were also part of that. And I'll open the floor now for public comment. Any public comment?
Yes, if nobody else.
Go ahead, speaker.
Okay, this is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We can be reached at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com. Alan Grossman was certainly an exceptional person, as well as exceptionally devoted to fairness in government and to sunshine. And I'm very glad to have heard from Allison Washburn, and all that she said was certainly true. Alan certainly did some specific things. Let me just say, before continuing, that I wish that we had some information with the agenda, and maybe could provide it in future, perhaps some of what the folks have said, as a kind of a guide for folks who don't have a clue from the agenda what this is all about. Alan was not part of the Sunshine Task Force, but he was certainly a tremendously active participant in a variety of ways. One of the things that he did was to bring an ethics commission, a lawsuit against the ethics commission for basically continually rejecting Sunshine Task Force complaints when they were sent to ethics by the task force for enforcement. And certainly one of my complaints was the first one in the list of complaints that were taken there. And he actually won that case in court. Interestingly, what came of that is another story, but that was a very significant action and victory. He also did something very significant, which unfortunately has been erased through politics and time, and that is, I think Allison would be able perhaps to explain it better, but he basically tried to put the shoe on the other foot. Since you're supposed to be, in general, with complaints, giving the benefit of the doubt to the complainant, what he proposed, and eventually I believe that the Sunshine Task Force approved it, was to change the way the vote went so that the majority of the task force, or the number 6 minimum votes, was required to reject a complaint, and so it would be basically assumed to be valid if there wasn't a rejection complaint with the necessary number of votes. That led to a whole lot of problems, which I'm sure the chair could tell you a lot about. He also got an award in the citizen category from the Society of Professional Journalists, the James Madison Freedom of Information Award, and I was happy to go with him to that meeting and sit at the table when he was that way honored. He was a terrific guy, and he'll be much missed.
30 seconds.
Well, Alan had all the qualities that you've described. He was also generous with his time in being available to folks to talk with them about particular issues that they might have themselves. And so he was a kind of a community resource as well as somebody who did good on his own for everybody else. Thank you.
Next speaker, please. Last call for public comment.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Barely. You need to speak up.
Yeah.
What about now?
Better, but if you could speak up, really speak into your microphone.
Okay, is this better?
Much. Okay, whenever you're ready.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, I'm sure that this individual was a wonderful person and will be much missed. I just, this is a problem that I've had with the Board of Supervisors as well. I just question the appropriateness of using, public meetings as time for in memoriams. Although I do appreciate that, in this particular case, it did provide for an opportunity to, provide for some history about the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and so on. Oftentimes, in memoriams seem to just, honestly, they just seem like a waste of time, and they distract from the real intent and purpose of various government meetings, which is to, focus on policy issues, or in the case of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, to review, complaints. And so, yeah, I don't know. I just find the whole slew of in memoriam somewhat problematic, personally. All right, thank you.
Next speaker, please. Okay, hearing none. Members, any comments, discussion? Okay, hearing none. Okay, thank you. There's no action on this item. Thank you for everybody's thoughts and on this Alan's passing. Thank you. Let's move to the next item, please.
Item number 6, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the task force jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda.
Okay, first speaker. There is public comment. Last call for public comment.
I have public comment. Last call, you said?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, speaker.
All right. This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We can be reached at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com. I was being quiet to give somebody else a chance to be speaking first. I'm very disappointed to see that there are only 3 hearings on this agenda. There are, at last count that I heard, which was some months ago, I understood there were something like 140 complaints backlogged with the task force. And so I really don't understand why there are only 3 hearings on items 8, 9, and 10 in today's agenda. And you'll give me a 30-day warning, I hope, yes?
30 minutes, 30 seconds, 30 seconds.
You'll give it to me when it comes.
Yeah, I'm looking at the clock.
Thanks. So that's very disappointing. As a reminder, Section 67 point, I believe 21, says that the task force is supposed to render a decision to the complainant with a complaint within 45 days of the complaint being filed. That is the plain meaning of my reading of the ordinance. And while there have been certainly problems with that kind of promptness before, I don't know that there's been anything like what's happened in recent times. It's particularly painful because there are so many changes under the governor's and the mayor's rulings and so on, and also because there are a lot of changes. I think one of the other members of the public said that she or he had a problem just making public comment, didn't understand what the rules were. I've certainly experienced myself, and others have too, basic exclusion from public comment because the systems and the folks working them didn't really provide an opportunity for public comment as is required under law. You are very reasonable in your administration of this. You say last
30
call
seconds,
for
sir.
public comment. You say last call for public comment. You give a chance for people. There's a very confusing thing with star this or star that, depending what system you're using. That's very helpful, but not everybody is doing that, and some people seem to be happy to not do it so that perhaps people just simply get excluded from public comment. There's a lot of stuff happening, and I think that it urgently needs to be addressed, especially stuff related to the new rules. So there you go. I appreciate your existence. I think you need to push for more members so that you can have a quorum with and a hearing with more than 7 people. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
David Pilpel.
Go ahead, David.
Thank you. I think 3 things very briefly. First, I agree with the previous speaker about the apparent backlog of cases, and I would encourage the task force to discuss perhaps under item 13 how you're dealing with that backlog and alternatives and approaches, because that seems like the highest number that I've ever seen of outstanding cases. Second, and then my other 2 items are just in terms of transitions. I don't know if the task force was aware that Roberta Boomer, who was the longtime board secretary at the Municipal Transportation Agency, retired. Yesterday was her last day, and she's being replaced by Christine Silva from the Planning Department as the new MTA board secretary. But she served the MTA board and its predecessor, the Public Transportation Commission, and prior to that was an aide to former Supervisor Bill Maher and served the city for 33 years, including 26 years as secretary to the PTC and the MTA board, and occasionally had a sunshine complaint heard before this task force. But I wanted to note that for the record. And finally, as someone else I think indicated earlier, wanted to congratulate Member Hinsey on her recent nomination to serve on the MTA board. I look forward to speaking in support of her nomination, and hopefully she will be confirmed and doing a fine job over at the MTA board. That the city's gain there may be a loss for the task force, but Fiona's a great person, was great to serve with, and I think will be a fine addition to the MTA board. and just wanted to call in to say that. I'm all done for tonight, so I will leave you, and thanks all very much.
Thank you, Speaker. Appreciate your time. Next speaker, please.
Hi, this is Dante Tedessa.
Go ahead, Mr. Tedeschi.
Hi, Sunshine Task Force new members. This is Dante Tedessa. I feel as if that we're in two different worlds. The world that I'm in and the world that you're talking about, transparency, fairness, openness, and just the rule of law, or even following your basic rules that the Sunshine Task Force, or that the Sunshine Ordinance has. In my filings with you, just for example, 18010, which was against the city attorney's office, 18011 under a complaint I filed against John Haley and the SFMTA failure to website. File number 18012 against the city hall and Lori Mazzola for denying me entrance. And then also 18028 against the sheriff's office for, again, enforcing these illegal rules, blocking me from entering City Hall and attending a public meeting. All those complaints were filed in February 2018. The only one that was heard within that 45-day was the one against the CAO. All the others were first heard in August of that year. I believe now that that was on purpose in order to delay my complaints. My complaints have not been correctly heard, nor has my evidence been correctly received within the Sunshine Task Force. That has actually you failed me in that way, and I will continue to voice my concerns that this is not a fair fight at all. People of minorities, people who are coming from a disadvantaged background do not have a fair chance at the Sunshine Task Force hearing due to, I believe, interference from other actors within the city family. As
30 seconds, sir.
Okay, and that is it. I will continue to ask to review all those files. Also, the first files that I filed back in 2017, which actually led me to being homeless, believe it or not. And where's the fairness? Thank you.
Next speaker.
Robert Smith here. If you
Okay.
can hear me. Thank you.
Just barely. If you could speak a little louder, it'd be helpful.
Let's see. Does this help?
Not really. Really speak into the microphone. Raise your voice.
You mean on the iPhone? Okay.
Yeah,
Can you hear
That's
me
better.
now?
That's okay. That's okay. We can hear you good enough.
Well, all right. If you can't, please tell me. I was just going to suggest a process point here. Perhaps having listened to this from the beginning, it might be just a courtesy if when you set the agenda, you gave a time, more or less, when a particular item might be called. It could be a half hour ahead of the time you really think or something, or a bracket of time. But to have no time and force everybody who is on the calendar to simply wait for an unknown amount of time and listen to all of this seems to me perhaps less hospitable and efficient than it might otherwise be. Thank you.
You done, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
I said thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other speakers? Last call for public comment. Okay, let's close public comment and call the next item.
Item number 7, file number 20118, discussion regarding the San Francisco Legal Women Voters idea to create a one-stop shop to post agendas and meeting announcements.
Okay. Okay, so this item was in congruence, was done in congruence with Supervisor Stewar's, I think it was a resolution. I don't know if it was I don't think it was an ordinance. But the idea here was to try to suggest to the Board of Supervisors to try to develop some sort of citywide either requirement or guidelines to provide a standardized one-stop shop on every department's website that has a commission that has a public meeting or any other public meeting websites. And also to create a one place on the main San Francisco city government website. This was taken up by a former member that was nominated by the League of Women Voters, Luam Tesfaye. And so it's now before us. And to be transferred up to the Board of Supervisors. This was one of the tasks that we decided to take on. So, if there's any comments or discussion we want to have with it, does it seem to be? Oh, wait a minute. Cheryl, I'm looking at what's been attached, and it doesn't seem to be the correct attachment.
Those were the attachments of this particular item originally. The description.
Where's the report from Luam?
I don't think I got a report from Luam.
Yeah, that's what she had submitted. Okay.
This is Member Wong. I will say I'm a little bit relieved because when I was looking at the contents, I was very confused.
Yeah, I thought that her item was in there. Okay, then we might have to put this off another month.
Perhaps did she send it to you, Chair Wolf, and not Cheryl, not the rest of the task force?
No, I think she wouldn't just send it to me directly. She would at least CC Cheryl.
Okay.
All right. Well, yeah, there is a one that was sent on September 1st. Okay, well, let's postpone this. Maybe we'll take this up at the special meeting coming up.
I would like to make public comment, please.
Can we wait until I'm finished presenting this and deciding what needs to be done? Okay, so I'm going to move this item to our next upcoming. We have a special meeting on November 10th, so we don't have to wait a full month. I'm going to move this item to that meeting. Instead, we'll make sure that the memo gets installed.
Yeah, I'll look for the attachment.
Okay, it's there. So,
is that a motion, Bruce? Or are you just gonna?
We can, if you want to do it by motion, we can do that if you want. I don't think it's absolutely necessary, but sure.
Okay, that's fine. Then not necessary. That's fine.
Okay. Okay. We're not going to take any action. We're not going to discuss it. I don't see any reason to have public comment on it, since we're not going to hear the substance of what is supposed to be proposed. So I'm sorry. I'm not going to open this up for public comment at this time. I'm going to move it to the next meeting. If there's any concern about moving it to the next meeting, I'll take public comment on that.
It's on the agenda, and I have a question about what the attachment is.
The attachment is what is described in the agenda.
There's nothing from the League of Women Voters. There's hundreds of pages of what looks like the governors and the mayors.
Okay, I'll have a short discussion, Mr. Warfield. I'll have a short discussion with you on this. Okay, just freely for a moment. This has been brought up at multitudes of meetings since March. This has been discussed many, many times. It was the detail of what we would want to see in it, including Sandy Fewer's, Supervisor Sandy Fewer's resolution, was also discussed at several meetings. This was, it's exactly as what it is detailed in the description on the agenda, that it is it is a report from the San Francisco League of Women Voters on their idea to create a one-stop shop to post agendas and meeting announcements. That's as plain Jane as it gets.
Are there previous documents on previous agendas that I should look for if I'm interested in this? I don't recall seeing documentation about this. I know I've heard of it.
Because it was all discussion, I would refer to the minutes. And the only other, there's no other documents, because this was an original creation by the San Francisco League of Women Voters that is based, again, on Supervisor Sandra Fewer's resolution at the Board of Supervisors.
All right. So can you tell me what this is here? There's several hundred pages. It looks like a lot of the mayors.
That is not, it's not, that as I was saying, that attachment is not applicable.
I understand that. I'm just asking, what is it? Is this something that if I read it,
I don't know. I don't know, Mr. Warfield. That's why I'm saying, well, I'm a little confused by what is here. I'm moving this item to the November 10th meeting.
All right. I just was wondering if it would be useful as a compendium of all of the COVID-19 rules and regulations from the governor and the mayor. That's what I thought it might be.
I understand that. I'm equally confused by it as you are. And as I said, in order to have a proper discussion of this, I'm moving this item to the next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. If there is, if somebody wants to make a motion to just formalize it, I'll entertain that. Is there a motion? Okay, seeing none, then I will just administratively do that. Let's call the next item, please.
Item number 8, file number 19080, complaint filed by Paul A. Vanderwert against the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6725 for failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely manner.
Okay, thank you. Are both parties here? Mr. Vanderwert, are you here? Is the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing here?
Good evening. This is Dylan Schneider with the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Paul A. Vanderswert, are you here? I'm just waiting if there's communication problems.
Members of the committee, I did get an email. I believe Mr. Vanderwert did send an email over to Sunshine Task Force at 4:24 today, conveying his apologies that he is not able to appear today. But I'm more than happy to present on behalf of the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing, as I know this item has been continued for many months.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Cheryl, did you get a communication from Mr. Vanderwert?
Well, we were already in session, so I haven't looked at my emails. If it was at 4:24, I didn't see it.
Okay. All right. So, members, how shall we move on for this?
Well, typically, if this is the first instance where this has happened, I think we typically give the benefit of the doubt to the petitioner and continue to the next meeting since this was his request.
Okay.
And, as I recall, as well, Cheryl, you can correct me if I mishearing or misheard you somewhere, but this was not going to be a full hearing anyway, correct?
Mr. Vanderwert has made probably 3 requests to have this case postponed, and he did specifically say in an email that November would be fine, and so that's what I scheduled it for today. He certainly was sent the packet. He had 2 different emails that I used. I didn't get a bounce back. I didn't get any communication up until hearing from Ms. Schneider that he had sent an email regarding his inavailability. That's all I've gotten.
And it was going to be a full hearing today?
Yeah.
Okay.
He got the packet, so if he had questions, he should have emailed me.
Okay.
Okay, members, how do we want to dispense with this? The complainant has delayed hearing on this more than several times. Now gave us late notice after the meeting had started.
Given that this is his, we've established, I think, that he's had multiple requests to delay the case. I will move to table this item, or whatever the language used is. I think Victor or Cheryl can jump in if I'm getting it wrong, but table with the option to refile within, I think, 60 days, is it?
Yeah, 60 days to reopen his matter if he decides to do that. So I'll send him an email tomorrow morning informing him of such, that his matter has been tabled, and cite the procedures and the...
Cheryl, wait a minute. Just a point of order. This has to be voted on by...
No, I understand that. I just couldn't hear everything that she was saying.
Okay.
So I'll make that motion to table the item.
Okay.
Notify the petitioner as such.
Okay. Let's get the motion on the floor first, then we can have discussions as to whether it's the right thing to do or not. Okay, so there's a motion to table and close the file. There's a second.
This is Member Wong. I will second, but I also want to mention that Member Highland has his hand raised, just to see if he had a comment.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I just want.
Go ahead.
I'm just looking at the staff notes when. Bear with me 1 second here. I have to find them. Where they said DHSH said they're going to take another look to see if there's anything responsive to his request. Was that ever done? Does compliance amendments have any update on that?
We're not going to hear. We're not going to hear any merits of this case at this point. The complainant's not here. There's no sense in moving forward. We're dealing with an administrative, kind of issue. So
Okay, I withdraw that.
And we shouldn't be having any deliberations on it. We're just going to move ahead on the motion on the floor. If there's any other members or any other debate or discussion to postpone and close the file. Okay, before I open it up public comment, I will say that we do have a reconsideration process that the party can apply for, or they can file the complaint again once it's closed, if they wish. Is there any public comment on the motion to table and close the file? Okay. Last call for public comment.
Public comment?
Go ahead.
Hang on a second.
Public comment?
Go ahead.
Hang on.
Hi, this is Denta Teresa again. Again, this type of treatment to this particular complaint was not afforded to my complaint at 17056. Denta Teresa office versus the offices of citizens complaints and police accountability. That first was heard in June of 2017. Yet, where I actually attended that meeting, the office of the citizens complaint citizens department was not there. It was continued until the July meeting of 2017 of the Sunshine Task Force, where then I didn't show up, and yet the OCC was able to present. They were able to argue on the merits of the case, and you actually found in jurisdiction, and you found a determination, an official determination came down from that hearing. Why wasn't I afforded the same process of being tabled or having it put over to another meeting, especially since I've been at the first meeting that the Office of Citizens Complaint were not? The June 2017 meeting I attended, Office of Citizens Complaint were not there. The July meeting of 2017, the OCC was there. I wasn't there, yet a determination by the Sunshine Task Force was made. This is exactly what I am talking about when I say it's not handled fairly. Thank you.
Next speaker. Any other speakers? Okay. Public comment is closed. Please call the roll.
Member Hensy?
Aye.
Member Hensy, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. The motion to table the matter passes.
Okay. Please call the next item.
Item number 9, file number 19076, reconsideration of Sunshine Task Force findings based upon the order of determination. This matter was heard before the task force, and the conclusion was that animal care and control did not violate Administrative Code Section 6721B. However, the petitioner said that she had new evidence and wanted to present it to the task force.
Okay, thank you. So this is a the way this process works. So we can also, for the new members, they can understand how this works. Within 30 days, any of the parties may petition the task force for reconsideration only if information exists that was not available at the time of the hearing. The petitioning party must present the new information and provide a written explanation as to how the new information may change the task force's determination. Task force will accept no more than one request for reconsideration from each party for any specific complaint. The task force or its committee shall consider a petition for reconsideration at its next available meeting and to determine if new information exists, is relevant, and may change the outcome of the complaint. If a petition for reconsideration is granted, the hearing on the complaint will be reopened and rescheduled for a hearing before the Sunshine Task Force on a future date to consider the new information. The process for reconsideration is: A, if a request for reconsideration is granted, the complaint will be scheduled for hearing at the next available SOTF meeting. The SOTF previous vote will find the task force's previous vote to find a violation shall be considered rescinded with a vote pending that action. The requester of the reconsideration shall be provided 5 minutes to provide testimony as to how the new information provided will affect the decision of the Sunshine Task Force. The opposing parties will be provided 5 minutes to provide testimony regarding the new information provided, and the testimony shall be limited to the submitted new information, not any other aspect of that case. The task force may perform one of the following actions based upon the new information submitted by the petitioner. It may move to revote the original motion without changes, and it may move to substitute a motion with a different action. Public comment will be accepted on the motion that is made, and only on the subject matter of the motion that's made. The task force will vote on the motion. If the actions of the task force has changed based from the previous determination, a revised order of determination will be issued, and additional orders of determination will not be issued if the task force did not make any changes, or if we find that the reconsideration does not provide the new information doesn't provide any change. There'll be no changes to the already existing orders of determination. Members, are there any questions about the process? Are both the parties here?
No questions, but I have a preliminary matter.
Sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to say this is Member Schmidt, and I know that the complainant is anonymous, but reviewing the records, anonymous is somebody I know. However, I'm just stating that for the record. I don't think it's basically a friend of a friend. I don't think it'll affect my ability to hear the case. So
Okay,
that's just a disclosure.
Okay, great. All right. It's an interesting disclaimer. Okay. Members, does anybody have any concerns about Member Schmidt's comment?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Thank you.
And just to clarify, this is Fiona, not on the process, but are we hearing the petition for reconsideration today, or are we hearing the reconsideration itself?
No, we are hearing a request for reconsideration. Okay. We will hear from the petitioner if about the record, the new information. We will hear from the respondent regarding that new information, and then we'll decide. We'll have some discussion. We'll decide whether it makes any change or not to our original decision. And then if it does, and we agree that it will, then we'll reschedule the meeting.
So we're
We'll
agreeing
hear
question
it.
today.
Yeah, and basically what happens is if we find in favor of the petitioner, whichever party it is that's bringing this new information forward, at that next meeting, we'll be taking this up just before the vote from the determination that we had made previously. So the case will be reopened, and just before we had taken a vote of the determination, we'll hear the new information. We'll hear the merits of the new information as applied to the whole case, and then we'll determine if it warrants a change in the determination or not at that time.
Yep, got it.
Okay. All right. So let's hear. Are both parties here?
Yes, this is Justine with the San Francisco Animal Care and Control.
Okay, great. And
yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Mr. Smith is Mr. I'm not Mr. Smith. I'm sorry. Is
Anonymous.
Anonymous. Yeah. Are you here?
I am here. I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Great.
Okay. So you'll have 5 minutes to present your on the information that you feel that is new that will change the outcome of what or why we our determination should change.
Okay.
Okay. Cheryl will let you know when she's ready to start the clock.
Okay. You ready, Miss? You ready, Anonymous?
I'm ready.
Go ahead. I will give you a 30-second warning.
Well, thank you for taking the time to hear my case for reconsideration. So during the February 2020 hearing of my complaint against Animal Care and Control, the respondent, Ms. Alberto, repeatedly asserted that former Deputy Director Diana Christensen had responded to my records request with a phone call. And I should note that in my records request, I requested a phone call. And Ms. Alberto asserted that it was during this alleged phone call that I had provided my UCSF email address to her. I maintain that no such phone call has been made and that the conversation Ms. Alberto was describing did not, in fact, take place. Towards the end of that hearing, several members of the Sunshine Task Force suggested that Ms. Alberto could locate the record of the phone call in order to back up her assertion. They said that if, in fact, Ms. Christensen had responded to my request with a phone call, Ms. Alberto should be able to produce that call record. Therefore, the day after the hearing, I made another records request asking for records of phone calls made by any and all ACC employees to my phone number during the time period in question. And after some delays and after consulting with the Department of Technology, Ms. Alberto confirmed that there is no record of a phone call having been made to me during that time period. This corroborates my assertion during the hearing that Ms. Christensen did not respond to my June 23rd, 2019 records request with a phone call. And the rest of the statement that I prepared kind of goes into the hearing, and I'm realizing after listening to you guys kind of lay out the procedure here that maybe I should hold off on restating the case that I was making about the records request. So I'll end my statement there. Oh, one more thing. I will note that I requested my 2019 complaint to be anonymous, and for some reason that didn't happen. So I would still appreciate my name and other identifying information be kept off of public records going forward during this meeting. Thank you for your time.
Bruce, I can't hear you.
That's the end of my statement.
Okay, thank you. We'll take up, I have some questions about the anonymous the status of this, but I'll take it up after we'll hear from the other party, from the respondent. Are you ready, respondent?
Yes, I'm ready. Good evening. My name is Justine. I'm here on behalf of San Francisco Animal Care and Control. I realized that after Chair Wolf had provided the the rules for how we're supposed to go about this, I do want to provide a brief summary since San Francisco Animal Care and Control is being asked to address the task force in regard to new evidence tied to complaint number 19076. We received the notification of the initial complaint in July 2019. The complaint was filed by Ms. Maria Schulman stating that our former Deputy Director, Diana Christensen, did not respond within the 10-day period required by the Sunshine Ordinance. We learned that former Deputy Director Christensen did send responsive records to Ms. Schulman's work email address instead of a personal email address, which was used to initiate the request. Ms. Schulman no longer had access to the work email. When Ms. Schulman made us aware of the situation, we then forwarded her the original documents which Deputy Director Christensen sent. After retirement, former Deputy Director visited the shelter, and I asked her how she obtained Ms. Schulman's work email, as I had said during the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting on February 5th, 2020. And to the best of former Deputy Director Christensen's recollection, the information was provided through a phone conversation which she had with Ms. Schulman. The records request was responded to via email, not via a phone conversation. The phone conversation, to Deputy Director's recollection, that is when she obtained the email address, the work email address. Immediately after the February 5th meeting, Ms. Schulman submitted a new request asking for phone logs between her phone number and SFACC between June 1st and July 31st, 2019. On February 7th, I responded to Ms. Schulman invoking a 14-day extension since we needed to consult with another city department. I also provided Ms. Schulman's email correspondence where the IT department explained there is a connector between City and San Francisco and the UCSF email system because the Department of Public Health uses them regularly. This was new information to us, and I shared it with Ms. Schulman once we were made aware. Ms. Schulman's previous work email was tied to UCSF. I'm sorry, I'm getting some sort of feedback.
This is number one.
And it was.
Can everyone make sure they're muted?
Yeah, star 6 will mute your phone. Please mute your phones, please. It's a toggle back. One moment, speaker. It's a toggle back and forth. Star 6 will mute. Star 6 again will unmute. Okay. Please continue, and Cheryl, please continue with the time. Thank you.
So the important thing to note here is that we had notified Ms. Schulman that there was email correspondence where the IT department explained that there's a connector between the City and County of San Francisco and the UCSF email systems because the Department of Public Health uses them regularly. This was new information to us, and I shared that with Ms. Schulman once we were made aware. Ms. Schulman's previous work email was tied to UCSF, and it is possible that when former Deputy Director Christensen entered her name into the Outlook system, the UCSF email may have populated. On February 18th, 2020, I informed Ms. Schulman that we had no responsive records regarding a phone log. This does not necessarily mean that the phone conversation did not take place. It may have happened with a different phone number or a different time frame. I'm unable to speak for former Deputy Director Christensen and what may have or had not occurred, but we have spent numerous hours working with Ms. Schulman to help resolve this, as we are also responding to her new request. Again, I informed Ms. Schulman of the connector in my response to her records request for the phone logs. After Ms. Schulman retired, I took over the role as the custodians of records, and we have been working with Ms. Schulman in line with all Sunshine Ordinance guidelines. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, all right, first of all, the case, this particular case, I just want to take up the issue of the anonymous part first. This particular case was heard under the real name of Maria Schulman at the time. I don't believe that the task force in the meeting, I'll have to review the minutes of the meeting of a request before the meeting that it be changed to anonymous, but it was submitted by the name Maria Schulman on July 9th, 2019. There is a right on our form. It says, if anonymous, please let us know how to contact you. So there's nothing in there that states that this should be anonymous. And it's been on the record since.
Can I respond to that?
Yes, I'm speaking to you directly.
Great. Yeah, so the form says, like, if anonymous, please let us know how to contact you. So I put my email address, which is maria.schulman@gmail.com. And that was the only way that I could see on the form to indicate that I wanted it to be anonymous, but I did. And I'm unfamiliar with the Sunshine procedures, and so I filled out the form, and then I think I might have talked to Cheryl about it, and she said, okay. I said, I want it to be anonymous, and she was like, oh, I didn't realize that. And then my hearing was delayed for a while, and so that part, okay, I think maybe got lost, but that's what happened.
All the documentation has your name on it.
Yeah, I wish that it didn't.
Okay, well,
Can I say something, Bruce?
Yes, go ahead, Cheryl.
Yeah, Ms. Schulman, your name is on all your emails that you submitted. You could have, and I don't mean to, I'm trying not to be rude about this, but you could have created an anonymous email account. But your name is on everything.
Yeah, but I didn't realize that I needed to do that and that it wouldn't be redacted or that, like, I didn't know how this whole process works.
Okay. All right. We'll deal with this at a different time on an administrative level. I just wanted to get clear because you mentioned that I wasn't aware that this was an anonymous case. I remember the case when it came before us. I don't recall that it was done in an anonymous fashion. So that's all. I do want to ask, though, I'm looking for the request for reconsideration in the packet. I don't see it, and I don't see any of the documentation that's required for reconsideration in writing. Mm-hmm. Cheryl, are you, can you help me?
I have,
because we cannot take this verbatim. Our rules don't allow for it.
I believe I did see a request. I'm looking for it. I wrote down the pages. I'm trying to find it, though.
The only request I see is page 404, but that is the request for records from that started the whole ball rolling. And then there is the initial request to open a file to us on page 393. And that's all I could see.
This is Matt. I think on page 460 is her request for reconsideration.
It's all the way at the bottom. Oh, wait.
Yeah, I see it there. Monday, February 24th, 2020. Email to Victor.
I don't. Wednesday.
It's in bold.
Oh yeah, Wednesday, February 26th.
I'm looking at Wednesday, February 5. I wish to appeal the decision of the Sunshine Task Force regarding my complaint. It is demonstrable from the email record that the custodian of record failed to respond to my request within the 10-day period specified by the Sunshine Ordinance. And that was on page 463.
Okay, that in the future that needs to be put at the top, along with the written explanation. And that's what I'm looking for, is the written explanation.
I see also at 465, 466, there's substance on the reconsideration request.
Okay,
This
there
is
it
Member Schmidt.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Okay, so in the future, it needs to be put on the top because it's a fairly sizable file.
Victor, new information is attached. An email from Ms. Alberto asserting that no record of a phone call from Virginia Donahue to myself exists during the time period in question. The task force based their decision on Ms. Alberto's repeated assertion that a phone call had taken place, but evidently it did not.
Okay, and we don't need it read into the record.
I'm just trying to find what you're looking for.
Yeah, no, I think the question is this the right one? So I'll ask Anonymous. I'll refer to you as Anonymous, the petitioner for this reconsideration. Do you have our packet? Are you looking at the same thing we are?
Yeah, I
Okay.
am, I think.
Page 465, is that the reconsideration? Is that what you submitted in writing for us for today? That's the
page 465, and then following that.
I mean, that 465 is just our process.
It says new information is attached in email from Ms. Alberto.
But that's
and then
not you.
there's
But that's not you, right? Miss Alberto is not you.
Yes, the email from Ms. Alberto is the new evidence that I'm submitting. That there's, I mean, it's hard to prove a negative. Like I'm saying that there wasn't a phone call, and I can't definitively prove that, but I can tell you that Mr. Alberto wasn't able to find the record of the phone call.
Okay, I think what I'm looking for is you providing the actual new information in writing as required by our process.
Okay.
Where can we find that?
Let me see. So that email from the 24th of June had an attachment, and the attachment is wherever the attachment is, I think that was the new information that I was referring to.
463, this is Member Schmidt. 463 has her request to appeal. I'm assuming that we would treat the appeal as a reconsideration request.
Okay.
And then if you look at page 477, oh no, I'm sorry, that's still not the attachment that I'm looking for.
Right. So I'm
Never
looking
mind.
for this attachment. I mean, if that's where the documentation is, I mean, I see the request here on page 463. And then scrolling down, I'm not looking, I don't see,
Yeah. Ready. I mean, I have it on my desktop, but I obviously can't show it to you. I know that I just learned a few hours before the hearing that there were attachments, like a link to the PDF that I got from the Sunshine Task Force. So I haven't looked at all of this whole document yet. But there is an email from Ms. Alberto, which is the attachment that I'm referring to, where she says, we looked through the phone records and we were not able to find what you were asking for, meaning that we weren't able to find a record of a phone call.
okay. And you're providing what new evidence that there was a phone call?
I'm providing new evidence that there was not a phone call.
There was not a phone call.
Yeah.
Okay. And where is that evidence?
It is somewhere in this packet. So on page 465 or so, where I said, yes, I have new evidence to present, in that email, I think I included the attachment from Miss Alberto, where she said,
Okay.
I don't have.
Cheryl, do you know where that attachment is in this packet?
Off the top of my head now.
Okay.
I
don't see a reference to an attachment in the email string. Members, are you finding anything?
I'm looking, and I do remember, this is Member Schmidt, I do remember seeing the documentation on how they responded and said, yes, we don't have any way of showing that call existed, but I'm looking for it too.
Yeah, I think that starts on 474, is it? Yeah, on page 474, down near the bottom, the same day, the requester brought to our attention that Ms. Christensen sent the response to an email address, not the email provided in the records request, which was different. Ms. Christensen had since retired from the city and county, and we're unable to confirm how or why Ms. Christensen used that email. And then on Tuesday, July 9th, 2019, the requester also asked for, quote, the existence of additional written communication. Is that what we're talking about here? Anonymous?
After the hearing in February, I issued a second records request, and I'm looking for Ms. Alberto's response to that second records request. And I'm saying that response is evidence that that the phone call hadn't taken place. It's evidence that that former deputy Deputy Director Christensen had not, in fact, responded to my records request with a phone call, even though during the hearing in February, Ms. Alberto said repeatedly that there had been a phone call.
So
there was not a phone call.
Can I place a point of clarification? This
Sure.
is Justine with Animal Care and Control. So during the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting in February, I had said that to the best of former Deputy Director Christensen, the email address was provided, or to the best of her recollection, an email was provided via a phone call. But the records request itself was provided to an email, which was the work email, with this, that was obtained over a phone call. So we did respond to the records request via email. The question is, how did Ms. Christensen obtain the work email address? And Ms. Schulman had requested our phone logs for July 1st to July 31st of 2019 between her phone number and San Francisco Animal Care and Control, and we were not able to provide any records of a phone call being made. However, we still did respond to her records request.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that you responded to that second record.
Okay, let me just intervene here for a second. I'm looking on page 4. Let me. I think it just gets repeated over and over again. Let me find the first one.
I have a question for the.
Hold on. Hold on one second. I just want to get this out of the way first. New information. But it's only okay. There is on page 470, 460. See, 469. No, 470. Okay, so on page 471, it's dated February 5th. The requester, the petitioner, said, "I wish to appeal the decision of the Sunshine Task Force regarding my complaint. It is demonstrable from the email record that the custodian of records failed to respond to my request within 10-day period specified by the Sunshine Ordinance." Anonymous, where is that email?
Hold on, let me get to 471.
This is Member Wong.
Yes.
I see on page 465 there, it says that there's an attachment titled "No Phone Call from Virginia Donahue."
Yes, that is the document that I'm looking for, and I don't see it in this packet.
I also don't see it in the packet.
I don't see it either. I don't see a reference to it. I see that there's an attachment that says PDF, but I don't necessarily see the attachment. I just see the email chain all the way down to page 472, which is the end of that section. Cheryl, do you know if that attachment made it into the...
Well, if it didn't, it's my fault. I tried to be very careful about everything, and if the attachment, then I take responsibility for it.
Okay, because otherwise we don't, in all fairness, we have we have nothing to look at here, and the purpose of this reconsideration is based upon new information that must be provided in writing.
That one email.
Yeah, that PDF attachment is the new evidence that I wanted to present.
Right. Okay. So, members, before we can even move on, to even determine whether the new information could have a change and demands a new hearing, we have to determine now whether the process is has fidelity or not.
This is Member Highland. I mean, I'd say the onus is on us because we don't have what was submitted to us. So I think we have to continue this. First thing we do is look at that piece of evidence and then make a decision. I don't see we can do anything until we have that.
Okay.
I would.
Any other? I'm just speaking to the members of the task force now. Task force members. Any other comments?
I would agree with Member Highland.
Yeah, I would agree also. I'm inclined to want to see the attachment because if it is what it says it is, then it seems like it changes the state of the facts that may have influenced the initial decision. And so I think it would be relevant to possibly reconsidering.
Okay, but we can't do that until we see the information in writing.
All right, let me ask you guys this. Do you see an email dated Wednesday, June 24th? Because that is where the attachment would be.
That is 465. That's what we were just looking at. And that's exactly the email that I think the attachment would have been with.
Would have been with, yeah, exactly. So that was my fault.
Okay. So any other? Go ahead, Member Highland.
No, I don't have anything else.
Okay.
I have one other thing regarding this request for anonymity. I'm a little bit. Oh, sorry. This is Lila.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm a little bit concerned about the request for anonymity after the fact when we heard a case that was also required a discussion of email addresses that included the petitioner's name. I don't want to go back and say, how we figure out how we might have done that. But the fact of the matter is all of that information is already in the public record. We're not going to redact it now. It's already there. I understand if the petitioner wants to be referred to as anonymous in the agenda at this point, and I suppose, but I do not think we can't have a discussion about something we already had a discussion about in which names and email addresses were used publicly.
Yeah. Even still, if somebody's making a reconsideration, it can only be one of the parties. So if somebody presents themselves as anonymous,
it doesn't work.
Right, it doesn't work. That's why I was questioning of that in that way. There is some information here in the documentation here that makes that request in writing, but it's much later in the process. And I don't believe, I have to go back and listen to the audio tape. I don't believe that we had changed anything with regards to anonymity during the meeting. I don't quite remember that.
Well, and we couldn't have done it because the documents were submitted with, as you pointed out, with the name being everywhere. So it was already made public.
Yeah. Okay.
Chair, not to beat a dead horse, and not to really go past this point, but I'm going to just to refresh those that weren't on the committee. We voted on a motion based on the fact that the information was sent to the wrong address, regardless of whether this new information about the phone call comes in or not. I don't think it really changed that motion, and that motion failed.
We cannot discuss the merits of this right now. That's not part of this. We have to follow our process. We don't have the documentation to even make a determination of that yet, and that would be done if we choose to approve of a reconsideration.
Okay. Could I make a motion to continue this to maybe our special meeting next week, pending the actual information that we have to decide on?
Sure. So moved by Member Highland. Is there a second?
I will second that.
So moved by Member Highland, second by Member Hinsey. Any members, any discussion?
This is Member Yankee. Just a quick comment. I don't know if, I mean, we may still want to continue this, but I believe that the respondent spoke to this attachment. So I think it's been verified on both sides that the respondent did say that, yes, we did contact the complainant and let them know that there were no phone call records. I'm not sure it's in dispute with what this attachment says. Now, we may still want to see it, but I think both the complainant and the respondent are on the same page about what that attachment is, and that attachment does respond back to the complainant saying that there was no phone call or no phone records located.
I get that. If that's the case, then why are we here? Why are we here in this meeting then? If they're working it out outside of the meeting, then I don't, I'm a little, either we follow our process or we don't. We either have the attachment so that we can, or we have the written information as required by our process, or there's nothing to do.
I tend to, this is Member Schmidt, it sounds to me like it may be undisputed that at a point in time after the decision of the task force, which was, I think, like a 4-3 decision, new information may have come out here, and it sounds like there's no issue as to whether the new information came out. So the remaining question is, well, what do we do with that new information that nobody disputes happened? Did it affect the decision? Would it have made the decision different if that new information had been known at the time of the hearing?
And Member Wolf, if I can add one other point, reading our reconsideration requirements, it says the petitioning party must present the new information and provide a written explanation as to how the new information may change the SOTF's determination. It doesn't say that new information has to be in writing. It says they have to present it and then provide an explanation in writing as to how it might change it. So if we really want to pick hairs, we should look at that and then decide whether we can move forward.
Well, that's what I'm asking for. Whatever that written explanation is that might include the new information, that's what I'm asking for. We're being told that it is this attachment.
Well, I think the written portion is actually on page, was it 464 or 465? Just the attachments that's missing. But I don't think the attachment is in dispute by either party. So I think to Member Highland's point, it was presented to us now, and then we do have a written request now that what the attachment was obviously is missing from the packet, but I don't think either parties are disputing with what that attachment says. So I think we may have the information we need potentially now.
All right, then please point out to me and for everybody else where you see the written explanation.
On page 465, it says, Victor, new information is attached, and that's what's missing. But it says an email from Miss Alberto asserting that no record of a phone call from Virginia Donahue to myself exists during the time period in question. The task force based their decision on Miss Alberto's repeated assertion that a phone call had taken place, but evidently it did not. In light of this new information disputing Miss Alberto's repeated assertion during the hearing, the task force should revisit its decision. So I think, the new information is that no phone call existed. Now,
Member Smith here, the phone call was the way that it was claimed that the
Okay, no, we're not going to discuss the merits of the case. I'm sorry. The process is there was a request for reconsideration. Now the question is whether this information has reached a threshold that would allow for the reconsideration. This is a process question. This is not a deliberation of the merits of what is being presented. So are we going to question before us that then is our we're in the middle of a motion now to continue. The question before us for this particular reconsideration is, are we going to allow for a reconsideration hearing, for a new hearing, or not? That would be the question.
Yeah, we're not talking about the merits of the case right now, and I agree with that. But I think if we consider the significance of the new evidence, we have to realize why it would be significant or why it would not be. That's what I'm talking about, is whether it's significant that we find out that they have no proof that that call ever occurred.
Okay, I'm gonna withdraw my motion so that we can discuss this more freely, because I think now we have a decision. I think we can make a decision as a task force as to whether this information would affect. You know, did we really base our decision on this? I don't think we did. That was not my recollection. The motion kind of speaks to that we had a motion on the fact that it was sent to the wrong address, pure and simple, black and white. So I disagree that this new information changes the basis as to the order determination that we took a vote on last time around. So
let's deal with one thing at a time. You're withdrawing your motion. Are you withdrawing your motion?
Yeah, I'm withdrawing my motion and just stating my position on the new information.
And does the seconder agree?
This would be just for the reconsideration.
No, you're agreeing. I'm asking, do you agree to withdraw the motion to continue?
Yeah. At this time, I will. I might make it later, but so we can discuss it more freely on.
Okay. Okay.
Withdraw it.
Okay. Now, Member Highland, finish your thought. Go ahead.
So, just my recollection of looking back at the order determination, you know, there was some back and forth about a phone call and whatnot, but at the end of the day, as I remember it, you know, the information was sent to a different email address, pure and simple. I made that motion, it was seconded, and we voted on it. So whether the phone call took place or not is neither here nor there to me, and that's my position.
Okay. Before I take any other speakers, I just want to repeat our process here. The task force shall consider the petition for reconsideration to determine if the new information exists. If new information, this is just not written well. If the new information exists, is relevant, and may change the outcome of the complaint. Okay, that is what we're only here to determine today. If the information exists, if it's relevant, and if it will change the outcome of the complaint. And if we find in favor of that, then we will vote to allow for the reconsideration, to grant it, and then we'll schedule a hearing to hear the merits. Okay, simple. Okay.
Can I make a point of clarification?
And what might that be? Go ahead.
That my original records request from June specifically said that I wanted to see the records in question, and that I wanted Virginia Donahue or Director Christensen or whoever was in charge of records to call me.
Hi, I'm sorry. This is Justine with Animal Care and Control. My phone had disconnected, so I may have missed like the last 2 minutes.
Okay, so where we were at was the motion was withdrawn to continue. We are now going to deliberate whether the new information exists, if it's relevant, and if it will change the outcome of the complaint, which was our determination. And we're going to continue discussing to see if there's a motion to grant the reconsideration. It's a process question. If you, Anonymous, if you can please repeat what you just said.
Sure. And yeah, I got disconnected too, so I missed some of your discussion. But I'm back. I said that my original records request from June of, I think it was 2019, specifically mentioned a phone call. It said, I want to see the records, so please call me once you have them.
Okay, thank you.
And that was something that was brought up during the original hearing in February.
Okay. So who is next? It was either Member Yankee or Member Schmidt.
Well, Member Schmidt here. I think that the first factor is there new information. I'm pretty sure that there's a good argument that there is new information. We pretty much get into, would it have changed the outcome? And it sounds like, since Member Highland was at the hearing, we know it wouldn't have changed the outcome in his decision-making process, because he just told us that. And I completely, respect that. Although I don't know if that would also apply to the other decision makers if they had this other information when they went through their decision-making process. So that's what concerns me, because it is new information, and I think it potentially could have gone into the mix.
Hey, Member Yankee?
I don't have anything to say.
Okay. I'm compelled to. I'm along the lines with you, Member Schmidt. I'm compelled to grant the reconsideration, but I'm having a hard time doing that without the attachment. Because that is what the explanation is basically saying, that evidence is in the attachment.
Well, in my view, and this is Member Hinton, that if we want to, if we feel like we want to grant the consideration, then we need to view the attachment. Now, I would be inclined to Member Highland's position, but that's not really the purpose of this particular. So, well, the way it is, but if we decide to grant the consideration, then I would want to see the document. But
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that, Fiona. If we decide to grant reconsideration, what?
Then I would want to see the document.
Okay.
But I'm along the lines of Member Highland in his thinking.
Anybody else, members?
Sure. This is Member Yankee. I'm inclined to agree with Member Hinsey and Member Highland as well. If we do go forward with the consideration, obviously we would want to see it in the next packet. However, I'm not really sure, that it is pertinent regardless, one way or the other, to the initial decision. So that's kind of where I'm at right now.
Okay. Then I'll call for a motion, if there is any, to grant the reconsideration.
Could we also move to deny the reconsideration, I suppose?
Well, I guess we would do that. I mean, regardless, if there isn't, our process is if the petition for a consideration is granted. So obviously, if it's not granted, we would take a motion to do that.
Okay.
Or if there's no motion, then it's kind of automatic.
Right.
No motion for a grant, then it's the task force didn't do it. I think it's best that we get it on the record as official. I would prefer that there be a motion one way or another.
This member Schmidt, I'll make the motion that we approve the request for reconsideration and then set it for an actual reconsideration hearing.
Okay. Moved by member Schmidt. Who seconded it?
Lila seconds.
So moved by member Schmidt, second by member LaHood. Discussion. No discussion, members? Okay, then let's open up for public comment. This is public comment not by the parties. Is there any general, any public comment?
Yes. President Sedessa.
Hang on. Go ahead, Mr. Desi.
Thank you, Sunshine Task Force members. Again, for those who haven't been here, I just implore you to look at the file numbers 18012, 18011, 18010, 18012. I'm sorry, I said that already. And I'm sorry, the last one was 18028. On that was filed, file number 18010 was filed against the city attorney's office. I had a similar file under 17057 filed in 2017 against the city attorney's office for the chief investigator, George Cawthron, violating a closed meeting agenda dissemination of papers of a revocation of my 5-year cable car revocation. In that case, I had got a call from Victor, saying that I didn't have the information for a reconsideration of that file, because on that particular day for that 18010, which was March 27th, I missed the hearing because I was not allowed entry by the sheriff's department. I then, after being denied, I filed a complaint against the sheriff's department for that particular reason. That file, for some reason, was tabled, and by Chair Wolf and also by Member Hinsey on the 27th. You moved to table it and close it. I was then, for some reason, in June 5th, 2019, it all of a sudden comes out of the blue. I had no papers that I had filed saying this is why you should reconsider this. I was just forced to answer it.
30 seconds, sir.
Okay. The city attorney's office had a memorandum saying that you actually have jurisdiction. I wasn't even allowed to bring the new evidence, which I had sent an email, lots of emails to the Sunshine Task Force. I wasn't even allowed to present it. Where is the fairness? Where is the even-handedness of your procedures? They're not there. They have not been there for my case. All you have to do is take a look. Again, 18010. The bizarre way it was brought up and completely quashed based on a jurisdiction, which is ridiculous because you already found jurisdiction for it. Thank you.
Any other public comment on the motion to grant reconsideration?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Just a second, Mr. Warfield. Just a second.
This is Peter Warfield. I'm not sure that I followed fully. I'm hoping to be helpful. The first thing to be said is that I'm glad you are leaning in favor of the complainant with respect to this matter. I have to say that I'd like to throw in my own experience. of things that might be relevant as part of the consideration. The Sunshine Ordinance requires the professional maintenance of documents of records by agencies. And every time that something important happened, for example, I got a postcard from the Board of Elections relatively recently saying the change that I requested had happened. So I called them up. I said, what change? Well, apparently there was some request that I had made, and somehow they interpreted it as a change. They actually hadn't changed anything. I've also received, for example, from institutions like a bank, when something has happened over the telephone, they would send a confirmation by mail. And so it seems to me if somebody is making a request via email and the respondent then decides that they're going to mail the response to some other email address, a phone call is actually a pretty rickety structure to put that on. It's so easy to misunderstand, misconstrue. I've given my email address to various people who put extra periods in there, got this or that letter wrong. It's a very exacting thing, and it seems to me a professional thing to do with a serious matter like a written request for information would be to send a notice to both emails, the one that you think is the new one, as well as the one that you know is the old one, and say, in connection with your request of such and such a date to change the email we're going to use, we are from here on out going to use this unless we hear otherwise from you, and to send that to both the old and the new email addresses. And that seems to me to be a professional way to
30
proceed.
seconds, sir.
Thank you. That seems to me a professional way to proceed, especially under the Sunshine Guidelines of maintaining professional records. Again, these are serious matters when somebody is requesting information under Sunshine. So I hope that's helpful. That seems to me the absence of such kind of evidence, an email to the old and the new saying, here's where we're going to send stuff in future, that also supports your move to take seriously the reconsideration request.
Any other public comment?
Hi.
I'd like to. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. This is actually just dealing with animal care and control, and I'm not sure if we're able to respond.
No, I had mentioned it before that the parties, you've had your say in the matter already. We're going to we allow for other members of the public to speak on the matter. Thank you. Go ahead. Next speaker.
Yeah,
anonymous?
I also. Yes, this is anonymous.
Sorry, we're not taking any more testimony from the parties.
Right, I'm confused. I lost what was going on in the agenda. Did we move on to the next item, or are we still discussing?
No, we are now deciding. The motion on the floor is to whether to grant you a reconsideration or not.
Oh, okay.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm anonymous, but I'm not one of the parties.
Go ahead.
Yes, so I'd also like to comment on the matter of the email. I don't know if that's appropriate, though, since I don't know how directly related it is to the matter of reconsideration. In any case, yeah, I think it's entirely appropriate that, well, at least as far as the email situation, I think it would be, inappropriate just to assume from an email that someone's name, let's say my email was donaldtrump@yahoo.com. I think it would be inappropriate to assume that my name is Donald Trump, because, anybody can register any email address. And so if my email is donaldtrump@yahoo.com and I request to be, I request to submit a complaint anonymously, I think that request should be granted. Even if my name isn't, so obviously, your average Donald Trump at yahoo.com probably isn't Donald Trump, but if it's, I don't know, Donald Brown. People change their names. I've looked at the form for submitting requests, and I can understand why somebody might be confused that, they might not realize that, that they might think, oh, okay, so they just put in their email address. They don't think that that their email is going to be displayed anywhere, and they think, okay, they're just going to be anonymous. So I think that is entirely reasonable for someone to assume that their complaint would be anonymous. And so I agree with Mr. Warfield that, it would make sense to have some sort of, verification, or I guess, form that says, your request was submitted successfully. That kind of like shows you how your request was submitted, so that
30 seconds, ma'am.
I guess one can call to correct any errors. And so, yeah, I would be sympathetic to letting the request, the complainant, be known as anonymous from henceforth. Although I do understand that there are some issues with since the complainant is already in the public record. Great, thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. Are we ready for a vote? Okay, please call the roll.
Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Hinsey?
Sorry about that. No.
Member Hinsey, no. Member Highland?
No.
Member Highland, no. Chair Wolf?
Aye, but the documents have to be presented now, not with the agenda. They have to be presented like tomorrow to the members.
I can certainly send it tomorrow.
Yes.
First thing.
Maybe, Bruce, though, I think maybe the motion failed, though. You don't.
Yeah, it did.
Okay, can we just finish the process? I get that.
Was 5-2 is a fail?
Yes.
Chair Wolf hasn't said. Chair Wolf, you have to give your vote.
Right. We're in the middle of a vote. There's no discussion. Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, sir.
I said, Member Hinsey, can I please run the meeting?
Yes.
Thank you. So I voted in favor and requested that the documents be sent tomorrow. That's in the case that the item passes. Okay? So is that the end of the roll call?
You're the end, yeah.
Okay. What is the tally, please?
4 for aye, 2 for no.
No, Gerald, there's 7 of us here.
7 of us here.
That's 6. I'm sorry. It hasn't failed yet.
I'm sorry. Can you please read the roll? All
right. Ayes. Member Schmidt, Member Wong, Member Yankee, Member LaHood. Member Hinsey, no. Member Highland, no. So right now it's 4-2.
You didn't count me.
I know. I haven't heard.
I said I was voting in favor.
Okay.
But then with the caveat that with the condition thereafter. So it's 5-2. The motion fails. Okay. The reconsideration is not granted. please call the next item. Thank you, parties, for attending.
Item number 10, file number 19058, complaint filed by Robert M. Smith against the Fine Arts Museum of San Francisco for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6725 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner.
Okay. Right. Please read the byline.
Certainly. The Sunshine Task Force found that the Fine Arts Museum violated Administrative Code Section 6725 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. The Sunshine Task Force continued the matter and requested that the Sunshine Task Force City Attorney provide advice regarding the relationship between the corporation and the foundation of the Fine Arts Museum.
Okay. All right, and so we're looking for that advice. Did we get it? Get it, yes.
Hi, this is Member Wong. I just wanted to say that I looked through the pack and I didn't see it.
What didn't you say?
Could someone mute? Can the callers please mute themselves? *6. We're getting a lot of feedback.
Mr. Chair, this is Robert Smith. I had an email exchange with your clerk who informed me that no response was had from the city attorney's office. It's now been a year and 2 months, and apparently no follow-up, no further request, no reminder was ever sent. You have no such information, according to her.
Yeah.
Actually, no, we have made requests for that.
Again, this is Member Wong, just in response to you, Cheryl. I didn't see, I think in the agenda, we're calling for requesting that the STOF city attorney provide advice regarding the relationship between the corporation and the foundation of the Fine Arts Museum. I didn't see that information in the packet. I don't know if something was received by the city attorney or not.
Yeah, there was, and Mark Price Wolf and I discussed it briefly, and he knew what it is we need. Mark, are you still here? He was here earlier. Mark? I sent him the email with the request for information, and we discussed it. He said to me it was more complicated than he had originally interpreted. And he was going to talk about it.
Member Schmidt, Cheryl, did you?
Mark?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that Mark?
No, it's Robert Smith. I'm reading an email from your clerk dated November 2 days ago, in which he said, Mr. Smith, I don't have the city attorney's response yet.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, well, this is, I guess, is a bust. Can we move this to also to the next meeting that's upcoming, special meeting?
Member Schmidt, I'm not quite sure what the purpose of the legal advice was. I read through the file and I couldn't quite figure it out. I would be opposed to moving this if you know, I just want to know why, if the legal advice would not really be helpful, at least not to me.
Okay, well,
can you folks hear me?
No.
This is Mark.
Yes.
Oh,
Mark, there you
go. Good. Okay, I've been trying to talk for the past 5 minutes, and it said I wasn't muted. I *6, whatever. I had to call in a few different times. Sorry, folks, for having that conversation. So I, to bring you up to speed on my side, my colleague, who you guys know and work with a little bit, Peter Thorine, was working on this issue and got really far along with it. And when I say this issue, I mean like putting together a memo that would be helpful for the task force in understanding the nuances of the three entities and how the Brown Act and Sunshine Ordinance really applied. And so the memo is in pretty near final form, but I wanted to get it ready before this meeting, but it wasn't in a shape that I wanted to circulate as a memo to the task force quite yet. So apologize for not having it ready. I can answer and talk through some of the issues, but I think it'd be more valuable to give it to the task force as like a legal advice memo with attorney-client privilege that you guys can review and take from there. One option would be if I fell off the call for a couple minutes, so I joined when I think I heard Member Schmidt saying that they might not need the advice, and maybe you guys want to try to have a conversation without it. And if you come into a stumbling block, we can put it over until the next meeting. But I think you guys. The only other thing I'll say is I think for the folks who've been looking at this issue, they realize how complicated the relationship between these three entities is, and it's not an easy, look at a few cases, analyze it, and apply it to the facts here. I think there's like a deep dive into the facts that has been, I think, took Pater quite a while. And then he, I think you may know, he left the office, and then COVID happened, so our attention, moved away from working on this particular legal memo until it was brought back to my attention a couple weeks ago. So, in any case, the combination of reasons why I don't have a memo for you right now, but I'm happy to talk through the issues if you want to do it openly. But I think my advice is that the committee would benefit from reading the memo first, just the committee as an attorney-client privilege memo.
Okay, so let me just recap for folks what this is about. There was a request made by Mr. Smith to the Fine Arts Museum, which is the department, the Art Museum's department of the city. He was requesting certain information. He wanted to also information from two other entities that are contracted with the city. One is the Fine Arts Museum.
Sorry, yep.
I'm sorry. Somebody wants to interrupt me? Why?
Member Wolf? Yeah, Member Highland here. I am going to interrupt just because, to bring everyone else up to speed. This is a very complex issue. We've heard it 6, 7, or 8 times, and we're at the point where we need this memo. I don't think we should get into the merits of it. I was going to try and just make a motion to continue this until we have a written opinion in front of us. I really think any time spent on it now is counterproductive. So
I'm not getting it. Okay, member. All right, I'm going to continue what I'm saying. Sorry. There was a request made for information from the two other entities which are contractors with the city. There was an objection by the petitioner that they are not required to provide those documents. The task force was unable to come to any determination without the information that that our legal counsel, the city attorney's office, is working to provide us. That's where we're at right now. This case has wider effects because there are lots of contractors in the city, and so the import of this case will certainly have merits on current and other cases to come. So with that, I'll entertain a motion.
Yeah, I apologize.
Excuse me, excuse me, this is Robert Smith. May I?
Sorry, we have a motion.
Mr. Smith, no, we are going to continue. We don't have the information that we requested. We're going to continue the case if the task force so agrees. I don't know what more needs to be said at this point.
Well, there is something, sir, that needs to be said. I've waited 3 hours. May I just be heard for 30 seconds? It's been misstated. Please.
Okay, go ahead.
And then you can do whatever you want.
If I could speak briefly before Mr. Smith, I needed a chance to say something, which is that what I said earlier, I was completely changed by hearing from the city attorney's office. I wasn't sure if we were ever going to, I didn't know what the status of that was, but now having heard, I completely understand that we do need to see what the city attorney wants to give to us. So I just wanted to put that on the record before we hear from Mr. Smith.
Okay, Mr. Smith, go ahead.
Yes. First, it would be helpful and I think mandatory that whatever attorney, I assume it was an attorney, whoever just talked to you, state his name and his position so it is on the public record and we know who is speaking at this hearing. Otherwise, no one knows except those of you who happen to be here at the moment. Secondly, there was an earlier opinion, at least one and maybe more, by the deputy city attorney who sat in at the meetings during the beginning of these issues. I've seen it. You have seen it. If you haven't seen it recently, may I respectfully suggest you'll look at it again. This is not the first time the city attorney's office has been called on to give an opinion. The next thing briefly is whoever spoke, I assume it's the attorney, was speaking about privilege. But I don't believe any privilege, in your view, attaches to an opinion from the city attorney's office to this task force. At least that seems to have been your stated policy. Finally, I don't quite know what we're doing, because if you look at the very documents in front of you, you will find that the task force already found by unanimous vote that the Fine Arts Museum violated the administrative code. Not only did it do that, but it's already referred, at least one, the failure of the museums to comply with the act, with the statute, to the Ethics Commission. I realize you have new members, but I thought duty bound to at least offer some of the relevant information as to what's happened here. It's not as if this issue is being looked at for the first time. Thank you.
And Chair Wolf, I apologize for interrupting earlier. I thought you were getting to the merits of it. Didn't realize you're just summarizing. But yes, this is a seminal decision we're going to take on this, and I think we really need to see this work that has been done, so we're all informed, all on the same page, and be able to move forward.
Sure. So I just want to remind Mr. Smith that we made a partial decision, and the decision was failing to respond to an IDR in a timely, complete manner. We did not find in violation of the information that you had requested, and that's why we're here. This case is not over yet. We found in violation of 6725 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request.
Did you not send the matter to the Ethics Commission?
Yeah, we did back in February.
I think we did that for
if I'm confused.
I think we did that for another one of your cases involving some of the same parties.
So how, please, in all earnestness, could you send a case to the Ethics Commission and find other violations by the museums along the way? You've done it a few times now, without having made the predicate determination based on the legal advice you say you need about the structure and formation of these three interlocking entities using the same computers, employees, and so on. You've already made this determination as a matter of fact and acted on it by first sanctioning the museum and saying it's violated, not once, but a few times at least, and sending the matter based on that predicate to the Ethics Commission. This seems like, indeed, to me, a very quixotic time to be revisiting the bases of your previous decisions. And I may completely misunderstand this. If I do, I apologize. But having lived through this now for more than 2 years each time, and read all the documents, that's my understanding. Especially since you have an opinion early on, as things go in these matters, from the deputy city attorney who was sitting in your meeting.
Okay, first of all, are you finished? I'm sorry.
I am. Sorry,
Okay.
I know.
So
yeah.
just to reiterate, Mark Price-Wolf is the deputy city attorney assigned to us as our legal counsel. Okay. Second, we are allowed attorney-client privilege or advice that we're getting directly from our legal counsel. We've held that to be for some time. And what you may be considering with regards to the referral to ethics, I don't think it was on this particular file. I think it was on a different file. Because you've had enough cases between us, with us before.
The city attorney opinion that you're referring to and I'm referring to appears in your public record. Anyone can read it. No privilege, therefore, attaches.
It does. That opinion did not answer our question. I don't believe. And that's why we're sitting here waiting for this document that has yet to be presented to us.
I'm sorry, but the deputy city attorney thought he was answering the question. If you read his opinion for your guidance, it's there. Now, you may not find it, I don't know, congenial, satisfactory, learned enough, whatever one would say, but it's there. In any event, I have no desire to, the task force should do what it wishes to do. You're dealing with an entity, may I say, that clearly has again and again violated the statute. And when they say, for example, that they will respond in a reasonable time of their choosing, as opposed to following the statute, that's a violation. I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Member Highland.
Nothing other than just a motion to continue.
Okay. Is there any public comment on the motion to continue?
Is there a second?
Oh, is there a second? I'm sorry.
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Member Highland, second by Member Schmidt. Now, any public comment?
Yes.
Okay.
Hang on. Go ahead, sir.
Well, this is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We can be reached at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com. We're not a party to this, and we're not familiar with this, but I'm certainly baffled by the discussion, and there are some concerns that arise. This complaint was filed in 2019 and is at least a year old, so it's baffling. I haven't understood why there is not a city attorney's advice letter, as there usually is with each complaint, especially given the age of this matter. Second of all, it certainly seems to me that there might have been, in response to Mr. Smith, a check to see whether what he's saying is in fact correct. He seems to know the dates of the meetings and so on. seems it would be fairly easy to find out if there's already been an opinion letter by the city attorney. Another question that arises from the discussion is, what is? I know that the chair just mentioned that there are certain conditions under which there's confidentiality, but I've never been aware that an advice letter from the city attorney to you with regard to how to proceed on a matter, including what I gather is an issue of whether you have jurisdiction. It's baffling to me that should somehow be confidential. Finally, the Sunshine Ordinance itself has a provision that you, the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, are supposed to have support from the city attorney. And indeed, it's quite specific about the need for your support by the city attorney and the city attorney needing to give you appropriate support. So, as the complainant says, to be 3 hours into the meeting at 7:08 right now and discovering that in a more than 1 year old complaint you don't have an opinion from the attorney that you should have strikes me as quite shocking, and certainly at the very least would perhaps require some apologies to the complainant and to the public, and some action on your part related to this with respect to the lack of support that seems.
Mr. Warfield, your time is up.
Beg your pardon?
Your time is up.
I thought I had 3 minutes.
You did.
Okay, so that's my comment on this matter. Thank you.
Any other
Mr.
public
Chair, yes, I'd like to make a comment. Public comment.
Excuse me.
No, Mr. Smith, you had your say. We're in public comment. We're in the middle of a motion now. There's going to be no interruptions. Go ahead.
Public comment, please.
Mr. Tedesco, go ahead.
Yes. Yes, Chair Wolf, thank you. Again, Sunshine Task Force members, I remember explicitly Miss Chair Wolf saying that the Sunshine Task Force is the only body that does, in fact, let the public know and have an open communication regarding these city attorney opinions. The city attorney opinions and the city attorney contacts within this Sunshine Task Force before was open and available to the public. That's why those memorandums were so important. That's why I believe now that those memorandums are gone. And that is less sunshine for the public, less sunshine for people who want to go back to the record and see what exactly happened. It's a sad day. It really is. It really is sad how we are. It seems like the Sunshine Task Force is regressing. You talk about open meetings, you talk about open records, you talk about openness, you talk about being there for the public. You aren't. You aren't for certain segments of the public. For me, you have not. And when you have all of a sudden this city attorney's advice memo becoming secret, that is not sunshine. That is not what we expect as a public. And I think that's the main problem within this city government and this country. Even going a little bit further, going to the political arena with Trump and Biden, you see that there's this divisiveness, and this is not helping. This is not helping at all in the democratic process of this country and this city. That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Next speaker.
I'm
sorry, Mr. Smith. No, I'm not taking any more interruptions. You can contact me directly after the meeting.
Is in your record. Look at
you can contact me. Next speaker. Next speaker, please.
Look at page 555 and following in your record. There is the memo from the city attorney, which says privilege.
I'm going to drop you from the call, Mr. I'm going to drop you from the meeting if you stop interrupting and causing a disruption of the meeting. Next speaker, please. Okay, no more public comment. Please call the roll.
Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Hensy?
Aye.
Member Hensy, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. The motion to continue passes.
Okay, thank you.
Chair
Can
Wolf.
I make a request before we leave that case?
No, we don't.
Well, I want to speak with the city attorney since he's here and just ask him if we can expect something on this, because that seemed to be what all this hinged on. I can't tell since he's here. I can wait and do it in writing if you wish.
There's nothing to be done in writing. We want to, let me just ask Mark, are you able to make this available to us tomorrow?
I don't think it'll be available by tomorrow. No, I'd say within a week would be a fair estimate.
Within a week? Okay. Our next
week,
our next meeting will be on the 10th. You won't be able to have
meeting.
We have a special meeting on the 10th.
Special in the sense that it's just more than once a month, or is it? I just haven't seen.
We have some items. We have some items that we wanted to take care of in a special meeting before the December meeting.
Yeah, I wouldn't feel confident advising you to put it on the 10th.
All right.
I'd hate for you to put it over and it not be there. So I think it's safest to do the December one.
It sounds to me like it's a fairly complex analysis, so it may be something that he's got to put together. I have to.
Okay. All right, please. Can you have it ready for the December meeting?
Yeah, I think that's way more realistic.
Okay, very good.
Cheryl,
Cheryl, please schedule this for the December meeting.
Okay.
Thank you. Please call the next item.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Who's that?
This is Lila.
Yes, member Hood.
You can say no to this. It seems from the questions and comments that there is confusion about the memo, which was something that was created before we gave our order of determination, which included a request. Don't even talk about it? Okay.
No, the subject is over. We will have any further discussion on this when it comes up again at the next meeting.
Okay.
I would urge people to read the packet, okay? Because what is in there, the memorandum is in there. There's a lot of stuff in there. The referral can be provided. The referral is specific to what this case, the results of this particular case.
Yeah,
okay?
I was not talking about us. I was talking about members of the public being confused. That's all. But if we can move on.
I understand. I understand that. There is a lot of confusion around this. This was explained explicitly at the time the case was decided, that we bifurcated the decision. We were making part the decision in one part, and this is now the continuation for the other part, because we found it to be important. So that's all I'm going to say on it. We will have far more discussion about it in December, and we can go over exactly what happened in history. Anybody who has any questions, feel free to email me, contact me. I'm happy to answer any questions that are not substantive to making a decision at all. That includes the members of the public.
I think
Okay.
member LaHood was pointing something out, which is really important, which is that the memo we got earlier doesn't cover the issue that is being put out here. There, we need a second memo. That's the problem that we're trying to deal with right now.
That's right. Exactly. Okay. Please call the next item.
Item number 11, discussion regarding new complaint form. This is the complaint form, pardon me, that was submitted by Anonymous as a draft. And his thought was that this would be something that may be beneficial for us to use and submit for future petitioners. It's extensive, it asks a lot of questions, but I think we need to take a look at it, and so does Chair Wolf.
Yeah, I found that the our current complaint form does not really serve the public well. It leaves it up to the public to make too many considerations that are not specific enough for us to be able to understand what the issues are and what the violations they're asking it for the violations for. So I, after many hearings with a particular Anonymous, he had provided us with a template. It's a proposal, essentially, of what a complaint form may look like, and he was kind enough to include the citations of the ordinance that apply to specific violations that we deal with more or less on a regular basis, and some other sections. The other thing I wanted included in this but didn't make it was the if you look at any one of those Anonymous cases, you'll find, and if you want to reference, the email attached to that is Proton Mail, which is an Anonymous email. If those particular cases, you'll find that like on the last page of here, it has like two boxes. This particular petitioner really lays out his entire presentation in 4 boxes: what the allegations are, what violations apply to each of those, and then the supporting information thereafter. And it makes it very clear in that petitioner's presentation what exactly we need to be looking at with regards to this case, including references to each of the records or documents that are part of their submission. And I feel that if we could provide the public with some sort of a better guidance as to how to prepare the information and their complaint forward in the same similar kind of way, it'll make everything more clear. It'll streamline the process for everyone, and it also really will also help with advice memos from our legal counsel. So I'll stop there. People have questions, want to discuss. Let's go. Let's have it.
Chair Wolf?
Go ahead, Member Levin.
One thing I really like about this that I think could be beneficial to the task force is if we incorporate this with our planned database, because if things are essentially already tagged in this way, I think it could probably help us to categorize things and to be able to search efficiently for similar cases.
So that would presuppose that we should make this an electronic form that could actually put the information into a database, which we can do.
That'd be amazing. Yes.
Okay. I won't. I will note. I will note that in anticipation of public comment, there will be somebody who will talk about that it still needs to be in paper form, which
Oh, sure.
no problem. We will.
And then somebody else can enter it.
Yeah, we can do that by hand. Absolutely, hand enter it. Okay. Go ahead. I got member Highland who had his hand raised first.
Yeah, so I think this is excellent, and I think we all know that listening to Anonymous in the last 6 months to a year, he has a lot of knowledge and has picked up a lot of knowledge about us and our process. So thank you to him for putting this forward. One thing I'd like to add to this, not that this is a complete final form, is I love to have a timeline on there, timeline section. When you sent in your, when you got your response. I mean, that he does talk that a little bit within 6721B, but an overall timeline is always helpful, and some petitioners do provide that, and it really keeps everyone on the same page from the get-go. So, add a timeline to this, and I'd be thrilled. I think this is great.
Okay, Member Schmidt.
No comment. It looks great. I had nothing to say.
Okay, anybody else?
Yep.
Yankee?
Yeah, I want to echo Member Highland with his thanks to Anonymous. This is really a terrific forum. I just had one tiny suggestion just to make it a little bit easier to follow, perhaps, is it looks like we go from like 6721B at the top, and then we jump to, it kind of seems like it goes numerically, and then at the bottom we go back to 6721C after. So in other words, I would recommend reordering these categories so that it follows the Sunshine Ordinance exactly, so that we don't have different parts intermingled. And then just the other thing I wanted to point out is that this obviously doesn't include, it looks like, anything to do with open meetings issues. And so while this would be a good complaint form, we also have to have a separate avenue for the public to have a complaint for an opens meeting type of violation. This is purely for the public records. And so I just want to make sure that we keep that out there as well.
Yeah, so it's obvious this one's focusing on Public Records Act.
Exactly, yeah.
It's just a draft, okay? It's meant to get a conversation started, which I think is a great. It's just the way it's organized. I think what I'm going to suggest is that it be referred to the complaint committee to flush it out, and to enhance it, optimize it, whatever, expand on it, to make it so that it works within our needs. I think there should be a section for, is this a public records issue? Is this a public meetings issue? I think to your point, Member Yankee, that I think also with regards to the breakdown of each section, considering that there's a difference between 6721 and 6725, it could be 6721 would be kind of like a standard request, and 6725 is immediate disclosure request. There should be some headings or categorization to make it even easier for the public to be able to scan it and know what these sections are, and take it from there. But yeah, I think this is a great start. I think it needs some work to flesh out some of the other issues. And yeah, anybody else? Okay, let's take public comment. Public comment.
I just wanted to do. This is Member Wong.
Member Wong, go ahead. Before public comment, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Anonymous for working on this, and then also note the alignment of everything. Just makes it so readable, which I really appreciate, especially as a web developer myself. I'm like, wow, this is very aesthetic in a great way.
Yeah. And let me ask Cheryl, did Anonymous provide, yes, he provided a statement that's on page 648.
His cover memo?
Yeah.
Cover email? Yeah, he did.
Yeah. It's on page 648. I would urge you to read that. Okay, let's open up public comment. Any public comments on this item?
Yes. Can
Go
you
ahead,
hear me?
Mr. Warfield. Go ahead.
First of all, I think that something that lays out what can be expected in a clear and simple way is very valuable. I think I've referred to the need for the task force to provide the public with something like what James Chafee, the first vice president of the task force and the second president of the task force in its existence, something that he provided, which was a kind of public Bill of Rights with respect to what they can expect. So I think that this is a useful approach to informing people what they're entitled to, although sometimes it's a little indirect, and also to clarify to some degree what specifically the issue is, to break it down into more detail. And so in an educational sense, I think it's useful. Overall, I think that it is something like 6 pages long, and I think that the concept of the Sunshine Ordinance is that it should be as easy as possible, and I think it should be as easy as possible, for somebody to make a complaint, including a free-form complaint.
No.
And not have to become a legal expert in all of the ins and outs, and even in some cases they may not even know. I think somebody just mentioned, for example, an immediate disclosure request might not be something that anybody even understands if they just made an information request. So I think that, first of all, I think this should be optional, or at least considered to be optional, maybe as an optional guide for folks to make more clear what their concern is. And then I don't see, and I haven't fully studied it, the first thing I would say is it seems to be missing any reference to cost.
30 seconds, sir.
Except 67.26, which talks about personnel costs. But the Sunshine Ordinance also gives requirements for costs of materials, for example, related to an agenda, and things not related to an agenda. That's not in here at all. And I don't see where it says to specify exactly who did you go to or where did you go to make the request. I think that's very crucial in terms of who is the person or the agency that denied you. So those are some comments that I've got.
That's it, sir.
Next speaker.
Yes, this is Dennis Dedeta.
Okay, hang on a second. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, task force members. This is a great tool for first timers. I wish I had this kind of template back in 2017. The fact that Anonymous can do this is great. I really appreciate Anonymous. I have actually learned from Anonymous, but it also gets a little bit. I feel a certain unfairness when Anonymous can actually meet up with city heads and city agencies regarding the metadata. He gets an audience with city leaders, as opposed to other complainants who I've been, in my case, I should talk about myself, or for myself, I guess, that I have no access to City Hall, a public place, with my service animal, Rosie, to this day. I have gotten a task force determination that the Sheriff's Office has violated Section 67.5 of the Sunshine Task Force, of the Sunshine Ordinance, as well as the City Hall building management have been found in violation. They have said to you directly in a hearing that no determination by the Sunshine Task Force has any meaning or has any weight to them. Yet my case is not forwarded to the district attorney like you promised. My cases have not been resolved. Why? Anonymous gets a meeting with a roundtable of all of the city leaders of technology, of this and that, yet others are not included at all. Not only are they not included, they are actually the same complaint that they have brought forward to the committee just stays there. They haven't even had access, like I have not had access to City Hall with my service animal. Still, to this day. Thank you. And basically, I implore that the Anonymous has been very helpful. I've learned from his structures, the way he structures his complaint, the way he has formulated his ideas. But again, it seems like there's a favoritism, if you will, on Anonymous, and then as opposed to the regular folk like us. Thank you.
Next speaker. Oh, one moment. Next speaker.
Yes. So first off, I'd like to note that it'd be very helpful if, in addition to linking to the documents in the agenda, if they were put in, on the page where the meeting information is, links were put in supporting documents, because it took me a while to figure out that they were linked to in the agenda. So I'm guessing I'm probably not the only person who's had that issue. And then secondly, currently to file a complaint, the complaint is through a Google form. If one files it online, obviously there are other ways of filing it, but these days, in the days of COVID-19, filing things online is, usually the easiest way of going about doing that. And so I imagine that a lot of people filing complaints, might have concerns about their complaints and personal information and whatnot being processed by a third party. So I haven't had a chance to review this revised form that's proposed by our Anonymous here, but I hope that these issues might be taken into consideration in the future. Thank you.
Next speaker. Any other public comment? Last call for public comment. Okay, public comment is closed. Member Highland.
Yeah, I just wanted to say before I forget this train of thought, just to have it in the record when this does go to complaints. I think listening to what members of the public are saying, I think maybe a breakdown of a simple request, standard request, and then perhaps an immediate disclosure request might be a good way of breaking down this form. That looks, if you have a voluminous request, or it has lots of different, sections, do this form. If it's pretty simple, straightforward, start with this one. That might be a good sort of 1-pager, 2-pager kind of a thing. Just food for thought for them to chew over and, move towards eventually formatting the final form of this.
Chris, are you referring to the first 2 pages of the form?
No, I'm referring to the form in general. I'm just saying the form can start off with, here's how to file a simple Sunshine request. Do this, 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 and this. And here's a more complex Sunshine request. Think about these things and do, this, 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 and this. And make a distinction between a regular request and an immediate and an IDR, for instance. Could be as simple as that.
Okay. Members, if you have any suggestions that you want to provide, I'm going to refer this to complaint committee, obviously. If you have any, please forward them to, who's in, Member Hinsey still? Are you still the complaint committee chair? Yes?
Yes.
Member Hinsey.
Yes, she is.
Okay.
Should we forward it to Cheryl to forward to Member Hinsey?
Cheryl has it already. Yes.
I have the form, but if you want to make suggestions, I can put them all into one email. And say, Chris said this, Dean suggested that,
right.
You know, and then we can see all the suggestions that are being reviewed or discussed.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
Member Hinsey, go ahead.
And then I'm good with that. That sounds like a great plan. Did you want this, Chair Wolf, on our next complaint committee agenda? Or
I would suggest getting started on it as soon as possible. You may not be able to get, through it in one meeting, but at least you can start the process, and we can get the ball rolling. I'd like to. It would be great if we could get this rolling for the beginning of the year.
Right. Yeah.
All right. So I'll just add it to the agenda that you and I were emailing back and forth about it.
Thank you. Yep.
And I'll put it on there. So do you want this to be like the first thing to discuss, or do you want it to roll out right before announcements, comments, questions?
Let's put it at the end so that we can get our hearings done and the department's gone.
Okay. I'm kind of disappointed that the Anonymous is not on the call to make public comment on this, because I'm sure he sent this to us in electronic format, and I was going to ask him, could we have his metadata for this?
I think he couldn't make it to the meeting tonight, and that's why he sent the.
Yeah. However, he is available for the complaint committee meeting that's this month. He already informed me.
Great.
So we have a couple of his agenda items on the calendar, and I think if we include the form, then we will get a thorough analysis of what it is he's trying to say, and with that, we can see what everybody's suggestions are.
Yeah, let's please invite him to the complaint committee hearing. He'll show up, but yeah.
He will.
And Fiona, one thing also to consider on this form is just expanding, as we've been dealing with tonight, a little more detail of how to make your request, your petition for hearing anonymous.
Yeah.
Okay. With that, let's. We've had public comment on this. Let's. I'm just going to refer it to complaint committee. No action. Let's move to the next item.
Okay. Can you hang on a second while I make a note? Okay. Item number 12, Chair's Report, Public Meeting Review, discussion of task force members reviewing public meetings.
Okay, so I'm bringing this up. I think I have attended many remote meetings of commissions. There are some serious issues that go on with regards to not just public comment is a big deal. Some do it pretty well, others don't do it well at all. And part of it is sometimes the technology, and other times it's just their process and the way they're doing things. I understand that there are new rules and all that, but the rules for running meetings remotely didn't say do less. It said do more. And that's I'm finding that that's not necessarily the case. I happen to be attending the Planning Commission meeting on just for myself on an issue, and noticed that while that meeting allowed, actually I was watching it on SF.gov TV, so I was watching the stream of, I think they were using WebEx, but everybody, the clerk actually wasn't, I'm sorry, I take that back, wasn't a clerk. The secretary of the commission, which is not from the clerk's office, so they're not a clerk, had instructed all the members to turn off their video. So that's essentially as if they're just telling that they should go step away from the dais in the chambers and go stand in the back room and listen. And that is not appropriate. If anything, they lost quorum at that point. So there's no way for the public to know whether anybody is present in the meeting if their video is turned off. So I think it would be good if everyone were to pick a meeting, observe it if you want to follow it, and take some notes and see what they're doing good or what they're not doing good. And then I think we'll hand that off to EOT to kind of develop a set of, either pros and cons or good practices, bad practices, recommended practices, so on and so forth. Because we're not going to be meeting in person anytime soon, the way it looks. So, what do you think?
I have a question and a comment. This is Member Wong.
Go ahead.
Question is, what is EOT?
Education Outreach and Training Committee.
Oh, okay.
One of our standing committees.
And then my comment is that I think it's a great idea. I already observe the police commission meeting on a fairly regular basis, except for when it interferes with this meeting, of course, like tonight. And so I do note a lot that they're doing well and a lot that they're doing wrong in that meeting as well. So, and I would say the same of other like Rules Committee and Board of Supervisors meetings that I've sat in on. But there are just so many meetings that need to be kept track of. So the more people who are observing, I think the better.
Okay. Any other discussion?
So then would the goal then be to like produce a report of like best practices and for lack of a better term, not best practices?
Well, I mean, I think whatever information that we could provide to assure that meetings are in the best interest of the public. That's why they're having the meeting. Otherwise, they're doing all this decisions elsewhere. So let's make sure that if they're going to have a meeting for the public in the public view, that it's done in the best way possible, especially now. So, yeah, guidelines, definitely.
All right.
Chair Wolf, along with Member Hinsey, I'm just wondering, like, is there an idea of like what the product would be? Like, are we giving out critiques, or are we just sort of gathering information for ourselves? Any thoughts on that?
Well, one thing with the Planning Commission, I actually contacted the secretary directly. And I said, I think you should not be doing this. You should be doing something else because it's in the best, kind of the best way to assure, the public knows, that people are in the room, that the decision makers are in the room, and they're not, watching TV, while they're, because they have their video turned off. You want them to be paying attention to the meeting, things like that. So I make no compunction about contacting them directly. And if now that leads me to, I didn't put in my chair's report here, but it leads me to a different issue, which I'll bring up in the next item. But yeah, I think as I mentioned before, if EOT could create some sort of guideline or best practices, pros and cons, things like that, that could be distributed citywide. It really is more of what people want to see from the task force and a lot of punitive, compliance issues. But there are people who are just going to, not pay attention to them and violate anyway, or in that kind of way, or they don't care. But I think it's our job to not only hear these cases, but to also assure the city family we're watching, we're monitoring, and that it's active.
Yeah, I agree with you that hearing the cases shouldn't be like the focus. This kind of thing really should also have our energy. And yeah, I mean, there seems like there's so many people who they're just kind of, oh, now we got to run these meetings. Let's see what we can do, etc. They need help. I think that we could give them help.
Yeah, I think so too. All right, any other discussion before I open it to public comment? Okay, let's open a public comment.
I guess that's me.
Does somebody have their phone not on mute?
I didn't understand what?
Because I'm hearing an echo.
Go ahead.
I'm doing the same thing as I have done previously.
No, it's not you. It's somebody else has their phone on and it's echoing between the phones.
Go ahead, Mr. Warfield.
All right. This is Peter Warfield again, Executive Director of Library Users Association, and we can be reached at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com. First of all, I'm very glad you put this on the agenda. I think I've been saying this for some time, and even earlier today talked about problems with meetings. I think for you to go out actively and look around yourselves, I think is very valuable. But as I think the voice was Mr. Schmidt, I think the product is very important and also the input. So I think that you should have at least a public hearing and an invitation to the public to let you know what sorts of problems they're having, since after all you're doing this for the public and for making public information, public meetings work better under a very new regimen. As I've said before, I also think that it would be valuable to clarify what the changed rules can lead people to expect with regard to access to meetings, access to city agencies, and broader things even than just meetings. As an example, one used to be able to walk into many offices, public offices, basically 40 hours a week. And one could make a phone call 40 hours a week and somebody would answer and there'd be a referral or somebody would come out and talk to you. In many places, the offices are completely closed. There's no phone number. And in fact, people get indignant about giving out their phone number because presumably they're not given a city phone to use for their business, which in fact the city is expecting them to do from home in many cases. I do think that a member, I believe it was Schmidt, said, what's the product? And I think that is very important as well, and it should not be just a note to one particular group. I don't know that that's a bad idea, but I certainly think that might be included in a final or in an interim document, because I think that all of the problems you observe are likely to be happening in one form or another in various places. When Chair Wolf talks about turning off, how about places where they just
Mr.
show
Warfield, you've got a few seconds left.
Thank you. A small number of people are showing. Routinely, when I watch the Board of Supervisors online, as I'm also on the phone to make public comment, there's sometimes only 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 of the members shown. So they haven't shut off the video, but they have made it completely impossible for the public to know whether there's even a quorum anymore.
Mr. Warfield, your time is up.
I think public input and a public product. Thank you.
Next speaker. Any other speakers?
Yes, I'd like to comment on this. Well, I very much like the idea of having Sunshine Ordinance Task Force members observe meetings. I'm concerned that members of the public are usually limited to, with a few exceptions, are usually limited to observing meetings either through SF.gov TV or by listening in on the phone line, whereas these meetings take place, through WebEx or Microsoft Teams, or actually some of them are through Zoom. Like each board or committee or whatever gets to pick its own different platform, and even in the few instances where one is able to join a Zoom meeting or WebEx meeting, oftentimes there's sort of like a public area and I guess a private area, and so one of my concerns is that that you can't see what sort of chat comments the members of these boards and committees might be writing to each other, what sort of interaction happens that doesn't get displayed on SF.gov TV. And so I think, that is something that is very relevant to the public and is, very important, and that's something that the public should have access to. And so certainly I think ideally members of the task force would be able to join these meetings, not just through SF.gov TV, but through the platforms themselves. So I guess that would be what I would hope for, and ideally these boards and committees and whatnot would find ways to allow members of the public to participate more fully. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. Okay, so I'm referring this to EOT to expand on it. All right, let's call the next item. No action on this item.
Hang on a second. Okay, item number 13, Administrator's Report, Complaints and Communications.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry?
I said go ahead.
Okay, hang on a second. Get my copy out. So as you will see on the scheduled hearings, November 10 is included. It is next Tuesday. It is a special meeting because it is not being held on one of the scheduled days. And I have included all the hearings for December, January, and February, but we do need to talk about a date for the orientation in case one of these January dates is not compliance or not complaint, or we have to piggyback. So, do we want to talk about that?
If folks need to talk about it, sure. Go ahead,
This
Mr.
is Yankee. I I'm thinking that before we schedule any orientation, we should see, if we're getting more, members to our task force before we do that. So, well, I think it's something to keep in mind. I think we should probably hold off scheduling that until we have our full complement of members, and so that they can make sure that they have the ability to attend as well.
I think there's only one seat open, vacant. Everybody else, I've gotten word from the Rules Committee that they're not going to be taking up task force
New members.
not members until after 2021. So it went in the new year, in 2021.
Would it be worth waiting just a few months until that occurs, or?
No. I think that we need it. I think many of the members here that are currently here that actually have come on, I think we all need to review a lot of what's been going on, especially what's happening now, and any other stuff that's. I just think it's time we need to do it.
I don't want to speak for Jen, but I feel like the orientation will be great when it happens, but I'm not like dying to do it right now. And so, January, February is fine with me.
All right. We have no guidance as to what we need to do. I mean, this is somewhat of like a work meeting. Okay. We have a lot of cases that we have to deal with. We're trying to figure out a plan to be able to do that. To try and do that kind of work in a meeting like this is not productive. I think it demands somewhat of kind of a retreat type of setting, where it's kind of a work meeting, and to also plan on review what we should be doing or can be doing, and decide how to do that. We've had so many vacancies for such a long time that we've really lost our way. EOT had been dormant for well over a year, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done that really comes through that committee. So I really think it's important. I think it's also important to review various sections of the ordinance. We have the things, new law like Smith versus San Jose. We have other issues that we've been wrangling with, that we could have some open discussion about. And all our retreats and orientations are public. It's not an official quote unquote meeting. We're not making necessarily decisions there. We do allow public comment at those meetings, sometimes in a more freer kind of discussion oriented way, so we can get a little better input from folks than the 3-minute restriction on an action. And just to just kind of troubleshoot what we're doing, and figure out maybe how to optimize it, make it better, or deal with issues, problems. So I would urge us to do it. It doesn't have to be an all-day thing or a full weekend or something like that. We could do multiples of these, like mini orientations or mini retreats that are topic specific.
Sure. Well, I think Member Schmidt was just disappointed that it would not be tacked on to a particularly grueling agenda. That's all. I think he.
I just want to be clear. I have a
thinking. Sorry.
That's all right. Go ahead.
I was more thinking you were looking at me saying, "God, that guy needs an orientation. We got to put him through a full day of basic classes before we can let him come back."
No, it wasn't about being hazed or anything like that. Do that, but I think it's important that the task force be together, kind of review how things are going. If somebody is not clear on how a process is, we can, really tear it down. And maybe the process is not right. Maybe it needs, somebody else has another idea, that kind of stuff. So I just think it's good to have those meetings once a year. And if they need to be broken out into smaller meetings, multiple times a year, you're fine. But, this task force is a history of doing that. So keep with that tradition.
Good.
And the public likes it too, to be honest with you. So
Can I just make one comment? I know that we have usually had these orientation meetings in place of the complaint committee, but due to the fact that we're all doing this remotely, we have more flexibility for dates. So I don't want people to think that it has to be like January 19th, which is the third Tuesday of the month, and typically the complaint committee is scheduled for that time, but we do have flexibility. So if we want to hold it the week after our task force meeting, which would be January 6th, the following Tuesday is the 12th. I mean, we can certainly arrange to do that.
I don't understand why what happened to December?
We can do it in December, but typically we've been holding it in January after the new year.
Not to my recollection.
I think we did hold it in January last year.
Yeah, but not in the previous years.
Yeah, we did. All right, look, I'm not going to debate that particular issue, but we can do it in December too. I mean, let's see, the complaint committee would be December 15. Is that correct? No, December 22nd. It wouldn't be December 22nd. Yeah, it would be December 15 is the complaint committee. The compliance and amendments committee is the 22nd. That was my error.
22nd of December. Okay.
22nd of December is compliance and amendments.
The winter solstice celebration.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if folks are open to having it, let's say the week of the 14th, that might be good. I mean, we could push it off till January. I prefer not to. I think this gives us a little time before the beginning of the January rush.
Would your thoughts, and I'm asking this because I'm currently complaint committee chair, was your thoughts that we would do it in addition to the complaint committee? Because in that case, Cheryl and I need to work to make sure we have a
doable calendar,
doable agenda that day.
Yeah.
Well, well, the complaint committee. I mean, you got work to do. I get that. I'm not.
Yeah.
Is there an issue not doing it during that week?
I mean, not during the complaint committee or not during the retreat?
No, I'm saying having the retreat during that week.
But not necessarily on the complaint committee day, is that what?
Yeah. Unless you think it's too much to do in one week for you, then I would say offer a different day.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'll just jump in as filling in for complaint committee. Doing 2 meetings in 1 week is a bit much for me because I am an essential employee, so I have to, squeeze out for these things. So that's a bit much right now with everything that's going on.
Okay. Right. So not the week of the 14th then. How about the following week is a holiday week, so we could do it. I don't know what's happening for you guys the week after. Otherwise, I would then push it off to the first week in January. New Year's is on a Friday.
First week in January, the task force meeting will be on the 6th.
Oh, that's right.
That Wednesday.
That's right. Well,
I mean, I suppose one suggestion is we could hold this retreat. If we really wanted to do it in December, we could hold it in lieu of the complaint committee meeting.
Well, if you don't have any complaints to hear, then sure, no problem. If you have a short agenda, then you can just have a very short meeting and we can just roll right into the retreat.
Yeah.
You can do that too.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. Cheryl, do you have any sense of, we can talk about this offline too, but do you have a sense of what our agenda might be in December? Could you make it a lighter agenda? Do you think?
Hang on a second. Let me. We do have several anonymous cases that need to be heard. But I do think we also have a couple of Antrabo matters.
I don't. If please don't with those. Let's talk offline about that.
All right. I don't see why we can't start hearing some of the 2020 complaints.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, a lot of them are anonymous, but there are a lot that aren't.
Yeah. Well, as long as you're confident that you can make it a lighter agenda so that it goes fairly quickly. It occurs to me too that we could also start the meeting a little earlier if folks are available.
Well, do you want to start complaints at 4 o'clock? Have a light calendar, and then roll into the orientation?
I would caution you against that. Members of the public are used to the meetings happening at a certain time. They do complain about that.
Oh, okay.
And frankly, state the respondent's the same.
Understood.
Because we do start a little late. We start at 5:30, so if we were to say have an hour and a half meeting, we wouldn't even start the retreat until 7.
Do we want to have the retreat first at like 3:30 to 5:30?
Going that early is going to be very difficult for me, Cheryl.
Okay.
Please don't do it earlier. It's going to have to be later. Okay.
Nobody wants to do it December 8th. That's a Tuesday. It's
I'm okay with December
8th. The task force meets on the 2nd.
Yeah.
So the following week would be
December
8th. Is that doable for everyone?
That could work. Yeah, I can do that.
Doesn't have to be on a Tuesday either. You can
No,
pick
it's just that we hold our meetings on those days, and if the public is interested and I post the agenda, then it's a Tuesday. That's the only reason I'm saying that. They're used to hearing from us on those days.
Sure. Today is Wednesday.
I know. We're the task force, but committees are heard on Tuesdays.
I know.
So
I would say don't worry about the day too much. Let's try to make it so everybody can attend.
This is Member Wong. I'm just curious if we could do this offline I feel like over email might be easier.
Oh, setting the dates? Yeah. We can. We can. Why don't we do that? Okay. And what we'll do is we will try to give as much notice to the public as possible for this particular meeting. Okay. All right. Anything else on the administrator's report?
Like I said at the last meeting, when I had prepared the administrator's report for October, that's when I got a slew of new cases that came in. We've gone down a little bit in the number of total pending task force. We went up a little bit from last month's count of 100. Like I said, we got new cases. The communications were from Anonymous, dated October 27, and I included the minutes of the complaint committee.
Right. I just want everybody to notice, to please take notice of this administrator's report. There's a lot of pertinent information of all the administrator's reports that Cheryl puts in here. especially the petitions for hearings, so you can keep track of what's, how many are coming and going, the schedule, of course, of the hearing schedule for the upcoming meetings. And then also I've asked her to put the minutes of the complaint committee in the agenda somewhere. I wasn't quite a place to kind of just put it somewhere, but you'll find it there, because that'll give you some reference if you if you don't look at it online on our website. It'll give you some reference to the meeting that's happening, so you can get kind of full background of what's happening in these cases. And you can also see how much work that Cheryl does by all the communications that she gets. And there may be something interesting in there to glean from. So. All right, anything else on the administrator's report before I open up public comment? Okay, public comment on the administrator's report. Any public comment? Okay, seeing none, let's move to the next item. There's no action.
Item number 14, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
Okay. Members, anything?
Sure, I'll go quickly.
Go ahead.
Last meeting, we talked briefly about the election commission not posting their meeting minutes, and so since then I worked with Cheryl to draft a memo out to them. I think you sent it out, Cheryl, a few weeks ago. So I checked yesterday, and they have still not posted the missing meeting minutes. So I don't know if that's something for a future agenda item for perhaps compliance and amendments, or how folks want to deal with that. But that's the update on that.
So that's a great segue for what I want to talk about. That's also in reference to the Planning Commission meeting I attended. I think this is something the task force has been struggling with for a while. When a task force member experiences a violation, either in a meeting or in a public records or any violation of the ordinance, the Brown Act or the CPRA, how does a task force member then bring it forward? I remember former Vice Chair Josh Wolf had tried this a couple of times, where he actually wanted to make a complaint, but we couldn't quite figure out the process of, can they make a complaint as a task force member, or do they have to recuse themselves and then step in front of the, out in the gallery and present their case as a member of the public? And does that serve the public well for them, not to be, on the actual dais, as part of the task force and making a decision? So we have struggled with this. It doesn't happen too often, but I think with the amount of maybe observances that we see, or maybe there are specific issues that we want to bring up, there should be maybe some way for the task force by a vote to take up an issue of compliance. And how should that then work? What would the complaint process be at that point? Because we will be bringing forward the complaint, not a member of the public. So I urge you to think about that. I think the complaint committee should think about that. Yeah. And also, I think with regards to the public meetings issues, that another task for EOT is to put out something about the McKee Act, which is a very powerful tool that is in the Brown Act that allows any member of the public or the district attorney to essentially file an injunction against any action that was taken in a meeting. Basically stops that action cold until a court has the ability to hear it. I know Dean has done some research on this, and you may want to talk about that.
Just that it's something that we should be aware of, that it's sort of almost like an alternative to going to the task force, that it's, well, an alternative, but a either or kind of thing, where somebody could potentially bring a complaint before the Sunshine Task Force, but they could also send a cease and desist letter to one of the agencies. Stop, basically don't meet like this, or stop doing this, stop doing that. And the cease and desist letter has a certain power. I mean, it would take a while to accurately describe what that is, but I know that, I've talked to Bruce a couple times about this option, the McKee Act, and I think it's something that maybe, like, we don't necessarily tell people, hey, you should try this, because it's sort of a legal advice thing, but it is something that maybe some people, it really is a great avenue for them to know about. I think especially in the public meetings kind of situations, as opposed to documents. But it gives them an ability to, you send a letter, and if you dot your I's, cross your T's, you say, stop doing it, then the agency has to take it seriously. And they have to basically promise, we'll stop. It's pretty cool. But then, the follow-up to that is a whole bunch of different options, but at least the cease and desist letter has a power. And so I think that's why Bruce, and I also would say that it's a good thing to at least just know that it's an option that's out there.
The other thing I'll say about it is I want to figure out whether the task force has the authority to invoke the McKee Act.
Boy, I may have thought about that a little bit, but I think that would be a stretch. I mean, the thing is, you write a letter, and the agency has to respond. You say cease and desist, and they say, okay, we promise we won't do it. And then if you catch them doing it, then they violated their promise. But generally, what McKee does is it gives you a legal remedy to go to court. I think, Bruce, your idea is, could they bring it to us as a task force? Say,
no.
Hey, and I think that would have to be written into the ordinance.
You're saying, I see what you're saying. You're saying if somebody invoked the McKee Act, can they bring it to us? I think no. Why would they if they can go into court? If it automatically triggers a court function, that's better than this. I'm not even sure that it would cost anybody anything, because it acts like a writ of mandamus in a way, and there's usually not much cost, and if you win, your legal fees are paid for anyway. But I think that for the point of us, if we had the ability to invoke the McKee Act on a commission or any deliberative body that might be acting improperly, then we stop it cold.
Well, you're saying that somehow that we send them a cease and desist letter.
Yes.
That's your idea is? Wow. Okay.
But that it is in with the authority of the McKee Act. I mean, we could send them a cease and desist letter now, but it doesn't have any power. It doesn't have any authority under the McKee Act. The reason why I say this is because the McKee Act, the very first words are the district attorney or any member of the public. So the question is who is the public? Are we considered the public? In that kind of way.
That's a rough one. I think that would cause a lot of different issues to rise up because you're, a public official. That's not really a member of the public if you're doing it in an official capacity. But I mean, I don't want to say no, absolutely not. It just doesn't feel quite right to me.
Well, I'm talking about this body doing it, the Sunshine Task Force doing it. That's my question. As being, somewhat of a watchdog, that goes back to my other question of, how does the task force take up a complaint? On its own. We could. It's a question to ponder. I'm not looking to have it answered tonight, but I would say ponder it because someone may say, like some people I talk to in the city would say, I would prefer you not to have focus on compliance and penalties and so much, or rather you focus more on education. So if you see that somebody's violating, on a regular basis, drag them into a hearing, but try to get them to understand what they're doing wrong versus, finding them trying to find a violation against them, in that kind of way. The public, the answer, we've had this conversation, the public will always say that they never fix it. They never make any corrections. So then we always have to file complaints.
Yeah. Well, the idea that you've got is sort of like, instead of waiting for the complaints to come to us, we go out looking for problems and we, issue some kind of correspondence. I mean, if
I'm not quite saying like we
resources, I think it's within the jurisdiction. Yeah. Although that's a totally additional thing to what's already happening here.
I'm not quite saying that we should go out trying to find problems. We're not detectives, police enforcement, or anything like that. I'm just saying that we should monitor what's happening in our world here. And if we are noticing that there are issues, we need to bring them forward. Now, if there's a blatant issue that is being seen, like, for instance, there was I got a communication today. I think Cheryl sent it to me about a report of some meeting requested that people raise their hands, or that they were ready for they wanted public comment, and then all of that got turned off. Now nobody knows if that was on purpose or if it was a mistake or whatever, but the public didn't get an opportunity to speak, and they were muted because that software allows them to mute the phone lines. So it's stuff like that happens. And if somebody could invoke the McKee Act and say all that action you did that in, it stops cold.
I do see the idea of, we find out that some kind of problem is happening and somehow the task force can, send a letter saying, we see this, we see you're doing this, this is why it's wrong, so you're not supposed to do that kind of thing. I don't know if you tacked McKee on top of that, but that in itself is an option to be like telling people, we see that this is happening and it shouldn't happen.
Yeah, I'm just saying that it doesn't have any teeth.
If I may, that's what we just did with the election commission. Obviously, here we had election day, and we didn't have transparency in our elections because they never put up their meeting minutes for the last 2-ish years. So,
jeez, okay.
So we tried to be oftentimes proactive and educational, and then it just doesn't go anywhere. And that's where we still are with the election commission. I personally I find it disappointed. Here we go and have a huge election, and everyone's watching, and they can't even after giving a heads up weeks and beforehand by us, still not put up meeting minutes. I think that's pretty
So that's why I said, can we take up it? How does the task force take up an issue like that? Let's say it's now been 2 weeks, no response. Now what? Right. We have to go chase them. We have to go chase them down. So
I don't know what do we do now?
Right. So can we take up a complaint, find them in violation, either in person or in absentia, and then let them know and see what the response is. Maybe we go to one of their meetings and put them on notice, put them on blast. I don't know.
I agree that we should be considering, thinking a little bit outside the box about our powers, about what we can do and what we want to do. Although how exactly to do it, it may take some thinking of different ideas and knocking out one idea, maybe trying another one, etc. But yeah, I think that there are ways. We just have to figure them out.
Maybe this is a good topic for our orientation, because I know we didn't really agendize this conversation, so I don't want to go too far.
So I just
bring it up as a future agenda item, not as a discussion now.
I just wanted to bring that up. Two other quick items, hopefully quick. One around the previous public commenter mentioned something about attorney-client privilege. I just want to clarify what that is. Since almost the beginning of the task force, I would say the second legal counsel that we had after the first one, there became a lot of resistance to providing direct advice to the task force openly. And so this was became more and more difficult as the days went on. It wasn't ever mentioned, actually, until DCA Price Wolf had mentioned it to me, that we could ask for advice privately under the guise of attorney-client privilege. In fact, anyone on the task force can ask advice of our legal counsel in that way also. If you didn't understand something and you needed some legal advice about how to think about something or figure something out, maybe it was some kind of question that kind of way, you're free to do that, and that's protected under the attorney-client privilege in that way. If you feel like you may have caused a violation yourself and you wanted to get some advice in regards to that, that's what the purpose of attorney-client privilege in that way is also. But in other cases, for instance, if we needed to determine, if we had some questions about either an upcoming case before the case has even begun, and you had some questions about it you wanted to ask legal counsel, that would be prime for attorney-client privilege. And then another area would be if the task force was struggling with an issue that it needed to get legal advice from, but wanted to have it as not have it influence a possible outcome before the outcome was about to happen. That could be another reason for attorney-client privilege. So there may be others, but those are kind of the basic ones that we've experienced over time. I will say, though, that in most cases, any attorney-client privilege that we've had in the past, the task force has decided to reveal that publicly. But as far as the attorney is concerned, the attorney always starts with the attorney-client privilege part. It's up to us whether we want to go the next step and then make that public. And in most cases, we do. So I just wanted to bring that up. And that also is part and parcel somewhat to our ongoing discussions about the memorandums. And I don't know if DCA Wolf wants to talk about that now, but I know there was some movement with regards to that. The last item is, let me just get this out of the way. We need to deal with the backlog of cases. And I know there was also some public comment on that. The bulk of a lot of those cases come from just a few people, and I'm trying to set up some meetings to have some discussions about how many of those cases are, if they can be organized in a some kind of way where they can be heard all at once, depending upon how many respondents there are, that kind of get the nature of them and see if we could streamline that. It'd be great to get some help from the complaint committee on that also, to help figure out how to move this along. I'll stop there.
I'm gonna just say ditto on the backlog. It's just, wow. I mean, I know the COVID thing really screwed everything up, but boy, we're just like kind of behind the 8 ball in terms of 100 cases backed up. Wow.
Well, they're not all different people. It's like multiple complaints from the same person. So that's why I'm saying it. Don't be too alarmed, because I think there's something to figure out there with that petitioner, and it just needs to be a meeting of the minds.
I'd just like to provide one comment on that. I know that for the next complaint committee, a certain petitioner will be participating, and he requested that 2 of his complaints that were similar be combined. And I can't make that decision, so I'm bringing it forward to the complaint committee. So that's another thought, that can we combine some of these cases, because he does have multiple complaints, sometimes against the same department.
Okay. All right. Anything else for the good of the cause on this one before I open it to public comment? Okay, let's move to public comment. Any public comment?
Yes.
Hang on.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Just a second. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, this is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. You can be reached at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com. I'm very glad that you're discussing these very important issues. All of them, I think, are extremely important. And much of it has to do with your effectiveness as a group and your powers or lack of powers, which I think many on the task force have been painfully aware of, your lack of powers to do enforcement. From my perspective, those are all issues that I think deserve public hearing and maybe some kind of documentation or opinions or thoughts to be documented for the public. With respect to the McKee Act, I'm wondering if that was Member Schmidt who was talking about that?
Yes, that was Member Schmidt.
Thank you. So what I would like to ask you is for a referral, which you can do under Sunshine. But even more, I would like to know how to get in touch with you about the McKee Act. I believe that's something relatively new, but it does sound like something that has more teeth than the long process of going through a Sunshine complaint at the task force, and then, in many cases, even a favorable outcome leads to a whole lot of headaches and trouble and the rending of garments, and sometimes just flat refusal to comply. Certainly when you've sent things to the Ethics Commission, in many cases that has been, or at least in some cases that has been the issue. You issue an order of determination, you find a violation, and then the violators basically just
30 seconds, sir.
Either drag their feet or ignore it. I must say that I'm taken aback by the idea that you have confidentiality for sunshine-related advice. Again, I think certainly that should all be public, especially from the Sunshine Task Force. And Section 67.21I was put in there and said every advice from an attorney regarding sunshine is a public document. Now, I know there are subsequent issues, but I would like to know how to get in touch with Member Schmidt.
It's public comment. I think that he should contact me through through Cheryl's, through the office and Cheryl.
Any other public comment on this item, any of these items?
Yes, I'd like to make public comment.
Go ahead. Sure.
So I'd also like to comment on the McKee Act. I believe someone said that either it could also be done by the district attorney. And so the obvious solution to me would seem to be to just forward these issues to the district attorney's. Sorry, not the.
I think we lost her.
Yeah. Hello, are you still there, Anonymous? Hello? Nope, I guess not. Okay. Any?
We lost you too.
Any other public? I'm sorry, I hit mute by accident. Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none. Let's call next item.
Item number 15, adjournment.
Is there a motion?
Motion to adjourn. Member Wong.
Moved by Member Wong, second by Member Yankee. Can we do that? Okay, great. All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, we're adjourned.
Okay, I have 8:39.
Thank you. Have a good night, folks.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, everyone. I can stop the recording.
Remember to stop the recording.
I'm doing that right now.